hello. If you can hear us, please do let us know, because that's the only way we know what the hell things are going on. Otherwise, it's just us sitting in the dark.
It's at moments like this that I'm reminded of the old Bolt Thrower album that was released by Games Workshop's little-known music label. And that album started with the infamous song, Enter the Realm of Chaos, with such lyrics as, "Enter the realm of chaos, your nightmare has just begun. You may wake up screaming, but there's no place left to run." Except it didn't sound anything like that, because it was spoken something like this. Because obviously, that's what Bolt Thrower are like. I bought the picture disc back when I was a much younger lad. So that was a disc with a picture that you could put into a record player. That's how old I am. And yeah, I bought that and I played that disc to bits, even though it was, let's be honest, not that great. Although a couple of the tunes I really did quite like. So there we go. That's a fun little intro to get us going. Hopefully you can hear us out there.
It looks like
sure that we have got good sound.
Looks like we're good.
Excellent.
Based on comments. Yeah. It's funny how like the records are like now the vintage fancy version of listening to music now. My sister's very into record collecting.
For me, records are just those things that I used to scratch as a kid so that they always bumped and didn't play very well, and my parents hated me. So let's move on from records swiftly, lest terrible memories from when I was a child come rushing back. But yeah, I have many a memory of playing records as a kid, and then playing tapes instead because they were much easier. Then CDs, what a revelation! I remember when CD was a revelation. It could store so much in a little disc. It was so great. Man. Anyway, so we bring up the little list so we can have a look at the ones that we're going to be discussing today. So I'm going to ask for a quick reorder if we can. Can we put Nakoho, pardon me, after Zavasin? And I think Ka after Queethel. I think that makes for a slightly better run through. Other than that, I'm good to go. So they are the ones we're discussing.
I have one very stupid, strong opinion on the Harpy God, but we'll deal with that when we get to it.
I think we should get to that because it's definitely an inclusion. And
Liam, don't ask questions like that because I can't tell if you're being serious and you're just like about to hurt my feelings, or if you're joking and just trying to hurt my feelings. So.
So I do have a question that we're going to have to deal with at some point.
Oh yeah.
Capital asks, are we including the Great Horned Rat?
No.
So we had a discussion about this, and I was pretty firm in my position, and Sotek was like, yeah, I think I agree. The Great Horned Rat in Warhammer is not a god of, and I'm going to put it in inverted quotations here, chaos. Now, that does not mean that it's not a chaotic god, nor does that mean that it's not evil, twisted, often aligned with chaos. It is a god of the Skaven, and if you want it very clearly described where it is a god of chaos, go to Age of Sigmar, where the Horned Rat is promoted, gets himself a special little star on his chest, and becomes one of the great chaos gods. Because before that, he just wasn't one of the chaos gods. He was a god of the Skaven, and that is pretty much as far as we're going to go. Now, some books do, particularly those that are taking the point of view of, say, the Empire, view the rat men as nothing more than chaotic minions of chaos, much as they view anything that disagrees with them as chaotic minions of chaos. But as far as we're concerned, in this instance, the Great Horned Rat is not big C chaos, although it is small c chaos. It does, however, I think also bring forth another, I think, potentially fascinating discussion, which we're not going to be covering in any great deal in this stream, and that is, what does chaos even mean? What makes the difference between a chaos god and a god that's doing things that are exactly the same as a chaos god, but they don't count as chaos? And there is answers within the setting, because the chaos gods are doing things towards a particular end. The other gods are doing very different things towards a particular end. But what's fair to say is, we're not covering that in this stream. What we're covering in this stream is the Chaos Gods of Warhammer Fantasy, not 40k, not Age of Sigmar, and that does not include the Great Horned Rat. Controversial.
Yeah, who clearly just joined Chaos with the tax benefits. They have a different classification. He's like, oh, I get more if I do this. Yeah, there is a genuine. So in the lead up to this episode, for anyone not aware, there was quite a bit of discussion on the Discords, which if you haven't, you should join, because there's always fun little chats going on in those Discords about like various things we're doing on Lorebeards. And a lot of the discussion revolved around like who all should be in it, because the definition of a Chaos God, like Andy said, is we could literally do a whole stream on it. And it would be a genuinely interesting stream, because even if you take it from like a purely Games Workshop side, it has different answers depending on like the age we're in. And it changes a lot. And there's also different opinions among writers. Like I have met writers who, I'm not going to like name and shame, but I have met people that actively still write for Games Workshop who very much hold a belief that like every single god in the setting is just a Chaos God wearing a different mask. And there are no actual non-Chaos gods. They don't exist, except for like maybe the Emperor and Sigmar. And even then, no, they're actually just Chaos gods. They just don't realize it. And
how do we define gods?
Yeah, and then it falls into the issue of that, of like, okay, well, where does, because like what is a god versus what's just like a regular demon versus what's just a spirit. And things fall apart super fast if you want to get really technical with it, which like Lorebeards, our motto is, kind of that gods are stupid and don't make sense. But so we have done our best to come up with a good little list of characters that I would argue very much tend to only appear in the visage of gods.
So this is a list that carries a little bit of controversy, both in terms of what we have and what we haven't included. And we're starting with one of arguably the most controversial figures, because is this a Chaos God? Be'lakor, the first ever fallen to Chaos mortal? Can this possibly be described as a god? As we will discuss, hell yeah. We're then moving on to Nakoho, the Doubter, Zuvasin, the Undoer. Could you swap those two round, actually? And do the Doubter second. Then Queethel Grizzlegut, we'll get onto that one in a little moment. For those of you who don't know your old lore, you may be a bit surprised at some of these. Then, one of the most obscure references of all, Kaka or Ka, depending upon how you want to pronounce it.
Okay, it's early GW. They had to have said Kaka. Like, there's no way in my mind they weren't saying that.
There's no doubt at all in mine either. We then move to Morgur, which may surprise some of you out there that this is included as a Chaos God. I do, however, recommend go checking our Morgur stream, because we go in depth into this one. Hashut, which I don't think is controversial at all. Then comes the big four: Nurgle, Slanesh, Tzeentch, and of course, in altogether far too big letters, Khorne, the Blood God. And finally, we will be discussing the oft-forgotten Malal, a god of some controversy, but for real-world reasons, not for in-game reasons. We will be discussing that as we go.
Yeah, the Chaos God that had to face the only thing that could actually kill a Chaos God, which is real-world litigation.
Love it. So, with that all in mind, will we dive into our first super chats before we pull up God number one?
Yeah, I think that sounds great. So, Grim Isaac says, what about Shakerath / Jiglag?
Aren't they Elder Scrolls?
Yes, they are. Though Jiglag is a very good friend of mine over on Twitter. She has hilarious Warhammer takes, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, we're trying to keep. So another thing is that there were a lot of requests to include gods from other settings, whether it's other Warhammer universes, such as 40k with like the Dark King and the Emperor and stuff like that. No, because otherwise this list would fall into creeping potential of getting absolutely ginormous because if we let in 40k gods, then because of like the way that the warp interconnects and yada yada yada, even though those gods never have had any demonstrable effect on the Warhammer Fantasy universe, I would say, well, then we have to let in Nuffle from Blood Bowl because he has the exact same argument, and then we'd have to start letting in other stuff.
Warhammer list. No, it's Warhammer. Get thee hence to a god nunnery. Get out of here. Nope. We're not doing 40k gods. We're not doing Blood Bowl gods. We are not doing Age of Sigmar gods. We are doing Warhammer Fantasy gods.
Yeah, because I have things to do tomorrow and don't want to stream for 12 hours. So there has to be a limit. Toss Apprentice, put this towards the future bribe fund to cover the missing gods in the future. All the chaos gods. Praise / malice, no gods, no masters. S tier, baby.
I'm going to argue that we currently have all of Warhammer's chaos gods. We just do. There are none, I think, that are missing here. For all, there are going to be some folks out there who almost certainly disagree. But as we go through the super chats, I'm quite certain a couple of those are going to come up.
Yeah, feel free to yell at us about it with money.
Yeah,
I'll never say no to that.
Yeah, that's all.
But I worry I've maybe mean too hard. But a Fishman faction building and speculation Lorebeards will be truly amazing one day in the future. I think that is something we could genuinely do. To be really blunt, because we kind of started delving into it back in the original Fishman stream, which I know you've watched. But if other people haven't, be sure to go check it out. I think that was probably I can't remember if that was last year or the year before.
It was a while ago now.
Yeah, I know it was on Halloween. I just don't remember which one.
It's a couple of years ago, I think.
Yeah, but that is definitely something we can tackle at some point because it's open enough. Like there's a few tiny details that could be worked with, but it's open enough that we can kind of go wild with it. So that's probably something we'll do at some point.
Yeah, agreed. It's also worth noting that there has been quite a lot of work done in this area, both online in various places. Go take a check. Fishmen, Warhammer. People have got random thoughts all over the place. But also over in Discord, Ashkal's been doing a whole bunch of concept arts for his version of what the Fishmen might be down in the Lawhammer blog, maybe in Lorebeards as well, and I missed it. Not Lorebeards, pardon me, over in Sotek's Discord, and I missed it. But there's been quite a chunk of stuff done. And yeah, I think it's an open goal because there is multiple different Fishmen factions anyway. So even if we create one that's not necessarily the same as anyone else's, it in no way would overwrite, invalidate, or say the other ones weren't the case because there are just, well, so much water out there.
Mm-hmm. The Great Horned Rat shall reside in S tier. I mean, technically, he's sitting in his own comfortable S tier back from the Council of 13 stream. So you're right.
Yeah. So I would be interested if anyone out there can justify why the Great Horned Rat is a chaos god and not a god of the Skaven, and why you think that Skaven are chaos, giant sea, with all the great joys of chaos, the desperate desire to come down every once in a while with an Everchosen. Do they work with the Everchosen? They do not. Why are they chaos? Go on, try and persuade me. You won't succeed.
Mm-hmm. Singemeister, may Zuvasin, Chaos God of Chaos, Little C Chaos, refrain from visiting his attentions upon the stream and stay on AOS where apparently he hangs out now.
Sebastian set out in AOS.
That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. I agree. He is definitely the bane of streamers everywhere, and everyone should do their best not to invoke him and not to invite him into your life because he kind of sucks, like in a fun way, but he definitely sucks. Schwarz, if Hashit doesn't at least make A tier, we riot. Well, you better get your voting pants on.
Well, you better get your voting pants on because, hey, we are all going to have different opinions. And when we start off, we're going to be having a quick discussion as to what the S to D tiers mean and what they mean for you out there as well, because ultimately you're going to be the arbitrators, not us.
Yeah, he's competing against some pretty heavy hitters. Chris, no shade on Bolter. 1989's Realm of Chaos and their 1991's Warmaster, absolute death metal classics. Their later stuff, not so much. But hey, nothing lasts forever, except chaos.
Yeah, there's nothing like being exposed to it when you're young to think that it's good.
Andy, be nice. Goodness.
I threw some shade. Yeah. No, I have both of them somewhere in my house, and I have listened to them more times than I care to mention. And yeah, I still listen to them every once in a while. They're pretty good in their own way.
Great Horror Rat will be in the under tier list till he rises. Yes, very true. If for some
he will
reason
be in a tier list of gods, not in a tier list of chaos gods. I mean, many people like to refer to it as chaos purely because it does mean stuff, but chaos is not about mean stuff. Chaos is much more than that. There's lots of really mean gods that do horrible, mean stuff. Like, for example, Cain, the god of murder in the old world, not the elven equivalent, the actual god of murder, who's all about poisoning, murderalizing, and generally being all really very bloody. Many people have said, Cain's just corn, isn't he then? No, Cain is his own god, and he's not a god of chaos. He's a god of something quite different. So, yeah, the Great Horned Rat is the Skaven god, and Skaven ain't nice. So their god ain't nice.
Yeah, it's like that famous scene from that good old Wreck-It Ralph of you may be chaos, but you're not chaos.
Yeah.
Right? That's totally what he said. Korishima, where's Big E? Far away from here, because fuck the Big E. I don't want him on this list. And he has the Big E. God, the Big E. Obviously, he is a very big deal within the 40K setting. I would argue too big of a deal, but that's not a argument for this stream, and he has nothing to do with it. I'll simply say that he has no measurable impact on anything going on in 40 or in fantasy or AOS or the old world. Like he does
until he's ported over and he actually makes an appearance. He doesn't exist. He's just not there. This isn't like one of those gods that popped up in 40K and then later on pops into Warhammer, or one of those gods that were in Warhammer and then got ported over to 40K. This is very much a 40K exclusive, and thus we don't cover it today.
Yeah. Plus, it would require me to like read Horus Heresy stuff, and I just no. I just no. That guy, kind of surprised you went for the name Bellicor. I figured the name Lalaeth was more well known. Everything's Lalaeth.
That guy, I like your style.
Yeah, they're all every god on this list is just Ladriel, right?
100%.
No, man, given that the Chaos Gods are defined by wanting to destroy the Warhammer world, and one potential way of ranking gods is their influence on all realities, I think you're missing quite possibly the most powerful Chaos God. Games Workshop themselves, circa 2015.
Yeah. So
no, Tzeentch is on the list.
Not unfair, although you could equally just claim that Games Workshop's name in this particular instance is Tzeentch, the great spinner of fate, the one that effectively sets fate itself. So if you want to vote for Games Workshop, drop your vote S tier for Tzeentch.
If you think I'm joking, go become a Lawhammer Patreon member and read through all the GM blogs. I'll just leave it at
that. Yeah, good one.
There's actually some compelling arguments.
There's one that I'm just about to post on that. Good point, well made. I'll see if I can get that done for tomorrow.
There you go. 21 CS. No Great Horned Rat. Blasphemy shame. Yes. He's just hiding beneath the floor.
No.
It's not his time yet. It's not his time.
21 CS, if you can convince me that he's actually a Chaos God, not a god of the Skaven, then I am willing to concede, but I don't think you're going to convince me.
So I just want to
you are.
Carcassi, I assume this is only from a fantasy perspective. I don't know if you're new around here but yes. That is what we do in a nutshell.
100%.
But thanks for joining us and being here. But yes, we focus purely on fantasy. There's lots of, other than when we have like a guest on to do a 40K specific thing, like we did that one time with Pancreas on Work, which was super fun. And we will probably do that again very, very soon, but not yet. Dynaman, since Morgur is a chaos god, could you also argue that Moonclaw is a god? So
it's an argument, not a certainty.
Yeah. My counter would be there is no hard evidence, whereas with Morgur there is hard evidence.
Yeah.
Alderheim II. Thank you. I don't know if you meant to include a comment, so if you did, I'll be on the lookout for it in Twitch chat.
too.
Feel free to drop it. But thank you. Andrew Holmes, just wanted to say that it's been a while since I've tuned in. Hearing Andy explain things again reminds me of how much I've missed these streams.
Oh,
That's
I'm so
very nice.
delighted that you'd say that, because I can be a bit pedantic sometimes. I'll say pedagogic instead, because that's a nice word, and that suggests that I'm teaching rather than just being a pedant.
Luigi's super. I have a question for Andy.
Yes.
Have you noticed in your experience if religious writers for Warhammer write gods differently from writers that are secular in their personal lives?
Yes, they do. And I think it's an important inclusion in general, because they often have different views, particularly when it comes to people of faith. And sometimes it's to the benefit of the setting. Sometimes it's not, because they write what they know, and thus they port their own religions, often without realizing it, directly into the Warhammer setting. Nowhere is this more clearly seen than with, for example, Sigmar. Sigmar, who in his modern iteration just before the end times, is his cult, and the cult that spreads across the empire in the old world is often written quite synonymously with the Catholic Church, with potentially reformist, much like Protestant style Christianity popping up in a variety of forms, are Luther Huss type figures. And that can be to its detriment, because it's a polytheistic setting, and some writers simply forget that when they write what they know. Others, however, who are deeply religious, have written some of the very best Warhammer material as well, because they are great studiers of religion as a whole, not necessarily just their own religion. So I think, broadly speaking, yes. And to almost harp upon an old refrain that Sotek and I have brought up multiple times in the past, having lots of different writers from different diverse backgrounds almost always brings the best material to the table, because everybody's got their own history and their own cool things that they've experienced that then influence what they write. And sometimes that'll be from religion, sometimes that'll be from university, sometimes that'll be because of a unique upbringing or a culture or something different. So I'm a great believer in diversities of writers, because then you get far more cool ideas getting brought to the table that the people who are then developing the work can then select and turn into the very best outcomes.
Yep. Big agree on that. So let's see. I just saw a comment. Nope. That is a super chat, so it'll come up naturally. Okay.
Cool.
Cameo. The big four gods seem pretty well defined usually, but when it comes to Be'lakor, how would you define his portfolio or vibe as a god in your opinions? So I think we could save that for when we get started and we jump into Be'lakor, who's up first. And he's up first for a reason, which has to do with the fact that he's a bit wibbly wobbly as a god. So hang in there. We'll get around to that in just a little bit.
Yep, agreed.
Alderheim II, Slanesh number 1 for surviving Games Workshop's writer's axe. You all laughed at me. You all laughed at me. You're not wrong.
I am still sometimes surprised that Slanesh exists, particularly whenever something new for Slanesh is often created for Games Workshop, usually by Games Workshop. There's this great round of how cool is that? And then someone in the studio will go, can we really release this? Can we really do this? And then you often find the coolest stuff gets sort of sidelined. It never goes away. It just doesn't get the same spotlight that other material might get, that's considered to be a little bit more, not necessarily family friendly, but most certainly less sexy, because Games Workshop, for all it's absolutely delighted to have murder, maiming, death, and all of the above, it's not so happy with the sexy times. It has gone relatively puritanical on that side. For all it still maintains that deeply, slightly more British undertone with a slightly stiff upper lip attached to it as well. Sex? Oh no, we don't talk about that. Oh no.
I've never even touched my partner. No, of course not. Yeah, there's like, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Total War is the first Warhammer video game for 40K or fantasy that's had Slanesh as like a major component.
Yeah. And very possibly. I mean, they often go with Nurgle. I'm going through them all now. Nurgle's really common. Khorne's common. Tzeentch is common. Slanesh isn't. Hey, you're right.
Like
oh my! I'm now going through them all. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Slanesh really has been avoided very heavily for almost every
Hey,
version.
chat, if you can think of anything that contradicts that, please drop it down. I actually can't think of what I've thought. I think I've played every single Games Workshop licensed game bar a couple of the mobile games because they were pretty bad.
Noise Marines don't. I'm talking demons. Noise Marines don't count. Because they're very kind of Slanesh.
Yeah. I'll be interested if you can think of a single.
Yes, so Modern Rogue Trader. That's a good one.
Yeah, Modern Rogue Trader is a great game, but it doesn't have Slanesh as a core one. Indeed, the Great Enemy, it's much more Tzeentch aligned in general tone.
Yeah, Chaos Bane has a whole Slanesh chapter as well. That's another good one.
Bane. Yeah, but I'm talking more as the core bad guy. And I can't think of one where they are the core bad. They're included.
Yeah,
core bad guy. Yeah, that's interesting. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, Nival, did Andy get more into AOS? He talks about it more.
No, I wouldn't say I got more into it. I'm not into AOS. However, it is the future of Warhammer. So it's always wise to keep your eyes open and watch for the new releases and see what the current trends are, see what they're doing. So I always watch out, but I wouldn't say I got into it per se. It makes for a handy what comes next point of any of our conversations, because often one of the great Warhammer tales ends and is then continued into Age of Sigmar, and it's always worth covering that when we're doing our streams.
Morning Crescent, where's Daniel? Prince Yuri, the Demon Prince, or the God Slayer, is calling him a god is definitely a very big stretch, as he's just started. Like, he's just getting up and running. He's a baby, but he's also very much purely limited to the Total War franchise. I genuinely and deeply believe you'll never see a reference to him outside of it, especially because within Total War he has like a prologue, but he's very much, he's your Barbie doll, he's your Build-A-Bear character. You could make him however you want. So he doesn't really have like a whole lot to discuss other than his mortal life leading up to becoming a demon prince. And although you could very well argue that a demon prince can be viewed as a god, in fact, there's someone on this list that we'll talk about later who falls under actually, there's two on this list that fall under that category. The God Slayer is not one of them, and he doesn't have like the reaching across the history of Warhammer Fantasy that's kind of necessary to be on this list. Yeah, agreed. He's not a god. Yeah. Now he did shoot a god in the heart, which good for him. Very impressive, very cool. But that's not enough to get on this list. Matt Gladraw, thank you so much for this stream. On a related note, ever since Zuvacin showed up in Total War Warhammer 3, I've had one thought. Where's my Demons of Zuvacin DLCCA? Please let this stream be where it gets going. Man, I mean, sure. I think it's important for us to hold dreams that are, you're not aiming for the moon, you're aiming for something well beyond that. But you never know. When we get into them, Zuvacin and Nakoho have been surprisingly durable for how sudden and minor their appearance is. But we'll get into that when we get to get into that one. Cole said, no screaming godchild from that Malice comic. So I thought about him.
We had a discussion about this. On both sides, just to before we say, on both sides, we had ones we nixed, and this is one of the ones that was deeply nixed by Sotek. He was like, "No!"
So we discussed it for a bit, and I actually went and looked up everything I could find about him and read a good number of the comic panels. And the Screaming Godchild he's really weird because he only comes from that singular comic book.
Yep.
And he's more presented as a greater demon that is contained within an etheric prison, and he has God in the name, but he doesn't do anything or seem to have any effect that really makes him like a god. He's more like something that could potentially become a god, but he's sort of locked up in a box.
I I've obviously read it quite some time ago, and even then never really considered that as a chaos god. It's a lot of potential. It's certainly a theory discussion, but I don't think it's an inclusion in this list.
Yeah,
so
and
when
kind of similar.
Sotek jumped in and said, "I don't want this one," I was like, "No, I agree. Sounds great."
Yeah, and kind of like how I don't really consider Daniel to be even considerable as god material because he only exists in like a very singular, very off to the side thing and never made it to anything more official or never showed up in anything else. Screaming Godchild's the same. He shows up in that Malice comic and then he never appears again.
I'm not too worried about the source per se. It's more what they are. And in this particular instance, I don't think Chaos God, capital C, capital G is appropriate here.
Yeah. Donoman, off topic, since Sotek has been playing it, cold take, but Shogun 2 is the best archery sound effects of any Total War. Sure. Thanks. Cool, great. Yeah, I've got my showdown with Lionheart tomorrow, so that should be a good time. Biofoot, Andy's massive shade should be a chaos god. When Andy's like, that thing's silly, it's truly like a horrible entity forming in the warp. Magladroth, if Queethel is a Skaven god, why is he on the list? Wait until we get
Queethel is not a Skaven god. We'll get to that.
Yeah. We will. Yeah, we will. Don't worry. We will talk about it. Tournament CS. I guess I can't point to the Great Horned Rat being elevated to Slaanesh's spot in AOS among the big four, if I recall correctly, as proof of it being a big C Chaos god. So I will note, small correction, he doesn't replace Slaanesh. So if you go read Warhammer Fantasy AOS First Edition, they imply that the Great Horned Rat has taken Slaanesh's position among the Pantheon, but they've kind of course corrected to 4th edition, saying that 4th edition and the Hour of the Hour of Ruin is the official ascension of the Great Horned Rat to the Chaos Pantheon, and he doesn't replace Slaanesh, he just joins alongside them, which is actually a bit of a retcon, because you're right, then in 1st edition he was very much said to replace Slaanesh, but they changed it going into the modern edition.
Age of Sigmar is a constantly evolving setting, so whenever someone posits an argument for it, I'm often going, is that the update 8 one? Because I'm not certain.
Yeah, and I will agree with Andy that if we were doing an Age of Sigmar list of Chaos Gods, then the Great Horned Rat would obviously be up there, but we're sticking to fantasy. And while for the sake of understanding the setting, it is true that like the warp, there's no such thing as time, and something that happens in AOS could theoretically have backport effects onto fantasy because of weird time weird shit. For the sake of this stream, I think we're taking a little bit more of like a hardline, like IRL.
Is it in Warhammer?
Yeah.
That's it.
And looking at the effects it does have in Warhammer if it's there. And the Great Horned Rat, to be very blunt, doesn't act like a Chaos God in Warhammer Fantasy.
No, not in the slightest.
Yeah, which may sound weird, but he genuinely doesn't. He has different motivations than all of the Chaos Gods. Magladroth, why isn't Morslib on the list? Seems like a god. That's actually a very good question. Ultimately, once again, we're kind of looking at hard definitions because Morslib is worshipped as a god by various groups.
But it's worshipped as a god, not a chaos god, even though it's called the Chaos Moon by many because it's believed to be made entirely of warpstone and is. But it is not a god. It is a great material object that's not entirely without sentience, but it is not a god. Many entities within the Warhammer world, however, worship it as a god, ranging from greenskins to various human cults to a whole bunch of others as well. And just because something is mistaken as a thing does not make it a thing.
Yeah, to be on this list, you have to have a very notable etheric component. Otherwise, we'd have to consider, we'd have to consider like Kolek Suneater, because he's worshipped as a god by a bunch of human tribes, but he's not a god. He's just worshipped as one.
Yeah, there's lots of entities in the Warhammer world that are worshipped like gods that aren't, by Warhammer definitions at least, gods. And I think Morslib is a perfect example of that, Magladroth.
Ben Fisher. Actually, the reality is the core of morsel is made of cheese. True fact. True fact. You just have to get down in there. Emma. Yep, we just talked about this. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I do think it can be argued, and I won't deny that. But in terms of what a chaos god is, I would suggest it isn't. Very clearly isn't. We'll get into that as we go into the actual list itself.
Is Malal on the list? Yeah, he's right at the end.
He's right at the end there. He's right at the end.
Man, y'all are busy today. Okay, I'm going to grab a few more, and then we've got to get started.
Got to dive in. I agree.
Brom, what is the difference between Hashut and the Great Horned Rat as gods of species, both with mutation and corruption that choose when to support the Big Four?
Okay, so first, the Skaven god does not cause mutation. The mutation is caused by what they're doing in the mortal realms with, for example, Warpstone, which they use to great effect to cause mutation. They use their sorcery science to cause mutation. It's not the god doing it. It's a completely different situation. You could argue the same is the case for Hashut, where the Chaos Dwarves and what they've gone through and the mutations they've received are not necessarily gifts from their god. I think the argument there, however, is weaker. Now, what's the difference? There's two primary ones. The first one is, in the setting, Hashut is a chaos god. That's it. It's very clearly marked as Hashut is a chaos god who wants the same things as chaos gods and is thus defined as chaos god and not another type of god. And so, do Hashut and, for example, the Horned Rat share many things? Yes, they absolutely do. But there's one thing they don't share. One is a chaos god, the other one is not. Now, what does that mean? And as we opened the stream with, that is something that can be debated for an entire stream's worth of content with ease. What we can say for certain is that when the chaos gods won, the world blew up. That was their goal. This is not the goal of the Horned Rat. The Horned Rat is not about blowing up the world. Indeed, the core message of the Horned Rat on many of the Horned Rat's banners is, we shall inherit, as they move up and come from the sewers from below and inherit the earth, which of course will be ruined because they live in ruins. That's what they consider to be peak civilization. Ruination is very much the Skaven way of life. There's lots of things that Hashut and the Horned Rat share, but one thing they don't is that they are self-proclaimed chaos gods and allied with the gods of chaos. The Horned Rat is 100% not that. Hashut 100% is.
Yeah, I would say, keep in mind, Hashut is full Team Chaos, but just because he's on Team Chaos doesn't mean he's like buddy. Just like how Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slanesh are all on the same team, but they hate each other and are constantly backstabbing one another, even though they are Team Chaos. Hashut's in the same boat.
Yep.
David Whitfield, morning from All from Oz. Slanesh even has Tzeentch worried. Why, if not for his growing potential, Slanesh also possibly has some Tory Halsey's nanny.
I'm of all of that, David, the thing that amuses me most is the growing potential of Slanesh.
That last sentence is the most British thing I've read this morning, I think, or Australian. I don't even know. It's not something I understand as an American.
Age of Empire.
Donoman. So while Great Horned Rat isn't a chaos god in fantasy, why is he a chaos god in AOS? Like in fantasy, the arguable definition is chaos wants to destroy the world, while the Great Horned Rat wants to inherit it. What's the definition of chaos god in AOS? So that would genuinely be a completely different discussion, because the term of chaos god in AOS expands, which may sound ridiculous, but it genuinely does. And AOS actually spends a lot of time delving into that as you go through the various editions. But to put it the most bluntly, is that in 4th edition, when you open up the big book and the Skaven book, Games Workshop has printed the words, the Great Horned Rat is now a Chaos God. He has joined the Chaos Pantheon. So Games Workshop has defined a border, and they have said that the Great Horned Rat has officially jumped across it. Would be the easiest way I could define it.
Absolutely. And there is a border, both for Age of Sigmar and for Warhammer. And both of them are not necessarily well defined. When we jump into the intro, I'm going to give the loosest of definitions, and it's hyper hyper loose, but it's enough for us to at least establish this list and very clearly claim that the Great Horned Rat is on the other side of it, as we will dive into when we go into our intro.
Okay, you talked about how Arbol would just see himself potentially, I'll note, potentially, would just see himself when meeting Khorne because he's essentially just a bloody ideal manifest. Could it be that Tsar Nagrund, an obsidian tower that dominates the land and imprisons demons, is similarly potentially a manifestation of Hashut?
That one guy, there is all manner of arguments that can be made concerning gods, their religious edifices, and how gods are perceived both by mortals in the realm of mortals and by the gods themselves. Could that argument be made? Absolutely. And I think you could make a really interesting theological argument that works inside the framework of Warhammer. Is that the case? It's certainly not the case with any defined works that we have, but you could definitely make that argument if you wanted to do so.
Yeah, I would loosely agree. Yeah. Bishop Cheddar, if the average Chaos Dwarf had the opportunity to somehow kill Hashut and ascend to godhood, would they do it?
I don't think so, because ultimately, the Chaos Dwarves are dwarfs, and that would be Kinsley.
Yeah, a Skaven, I think, would absolutely try to kill the Great Horned Rat and take his place, but I don't think a Chaos Dwarf would.
Yeah, I agree completely. Chaos Dwarves are still dwarfs. They just manifest in a very, very different way. And as we discussed in our previous stream, just last Sunday, the manifestations of Hashut and the religion of Hashut is very different to many of the other bad guy religions.
Yeah, because, go check out the Astrogoth stream. We delve a lot into if Chaos Dwarves did that, there was a lot of moments where it should have happened in the stories we were talking about, and it just doesn't. So they clearly don't do that. Is as much as we think they probably theoretically would, because surely they're like such bloodthirsty assholes. But even bloodthirsty assholes have codes of ethics that they follow within their own systems.
Yep, agreed.
Chaotic Monkey. Well, we're not here because of 40k. What's your opinion on Vashtor being called a demigod of chaos? So what I'll say is that this term has showed up a lot more and more as we've gotten later in GW's publishing life. And for me, I don't think it's a super serious term. I think when GW is using it right now, usually what they're saying is that god is not strong enough to be considered on par with the big four. Is I think how they're generally using it right now. Because with Vashtor, because I was reading through the recent White Dwarfs where they use this language a lot, and basically what they keep saying over and over in the context of it is they're saying like, oh, Vashtor has the potential to join the Pantheon, just like the Great Horned Rat did. So I think what they're quite literally saying is that Vashtor is, when they say demigod, they mean that he's not a fully realized god of chaos, but may become one.
Yeah, I think it's a crap use of the term.
Yeah, it's messy, especially. It's
really messy.
Yeah, it's really. I'll say that it's frustrating for people that I think are trying to understand the universe, and I don't think GW's doing this on purpose, but it's frustrating when like you're reading the White Dwarf, and on one page it'll literally explain how like time doesn't matter in the warp, and the chaos gods are the same between the different settings, other than notable differences, which completely invalidates the sentence they just said before that, but whatever. And then on the other page, they use terminology like that, which implies that there is a straight linearity to the chaos gods, which there isn't, but they're implying that there is when they call Vashtor like a demigod that could ascend, but he hasn't yet, so it doesn't count. And it's really messy. I'm not a fan of it.
My biggest issue is it clearly feels like no one at Games Workshop has written a nice world Bible that very, very succinctly describes it in a concise fashion for all writers to refer to. So each writer and each developer goes in their own direction, and sometimes it means that words are used in different ways, gods are used in different ways, and they often self-contradict without even realizing it. So yeah, I'm not a fan. Let's just move on from that.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do like two more because once we hit 45, we got to start.
Yeah, I think so too.
Thoughts opinions. I don't have enough money to super chat it, but I can 100% justify the Great Horned Rat being one in Discord. I just need your definition of a chaos god.
Okay, let's dive in there then. Let's stop. and let's start our intro, because we have a controversial point that has just been dropped, which is, what, let's be blunt, the fuck is a Chaos God? Warhammer has gods of all sorts, and there has been a great deal of writing offering descriptions of what gods are in Warhammer. They span from the earliest of iterations of Warhammer, and we're going to be diving into at least one of those as we make our way through the different gods that we have here, right up to the most recent editions, where we're going to be diving into our very first offer, Be'lakor, who's a relatively recent addition in the greater scheme of Warhammer deities, having been created around about 1999, around that area. What is a Chaos God? There is a few things that we can say for certain. They are Warhammer's bad guys. That seems fair. They are often used as the great monstrosity, the great evil from beyond that comes from the vast depths of the realm of chaos, or the warp, or the immaterium, or the aether, depending upon which writer at hand has landed on the language they prefer. And these great entities are generally perceived as devourers, somehow devouring something, attempting to eat it, like a great Galactus coming in to eat Earth. But who are the Fantastic Four? Now, as Warhammer developed from its initial beginnings, where the Chaos Gods were just a direct lift from Michael Moorcock, they were the Chaos Gods that were counterbalanced by law. They were change, they were dynamic, and they were mutating, and they were basically power hungry. That was it. That's all they really were. And chaos manifested in lots of different ways. Chaos had its own gods, which Warhammer created, the Great Four that we are aware of, but they had created many more beyond that alone. And then they also had gods of law. That quickly got ditched. In the late 80s, the whole concept of law was removed, and instead there was chaos gods, and there was all the other gods. And all the other gods, whether they were ancestor gods, great spirits, or Mor, or Verena, or any of the gods that you're aware of, lay on one side, and then on the other side you had chaos. And you also had the story of the Warhammer world, which changed everything for what chaos represented. And the story of the Warhammer world was pretty simple. In the beginning, the old ones came and they reshaped the world. They had great ancient devices that they used to shape the world and communicate with distant galaxies and other places. The technology blew up, and the Chaos Gods came through and tried to devour everything and destroy everything. That's the base story. They failed. They were driven back, but the old ones were destroyed. And the world continued on with its gods preserving it, and the Chaos Gods trying to eat from the outside. There was a further extra detail that was added during this whole storytelling, and that's the root cause of all, or some, or a few, depending upon what we read, of the gods, and that is that the warp, the realm of the gods, the realm of chaos, the other side, is made up of soul stuff. And this soul stuff is influenced in its majority by emotion, feeling, and generally speaking, core emotional states. And when a soul dies, it tends to gravitate towards others that had a similar emotional state to them in life. And sometimes these souls got together and they swirled around, and if enough of them got together, they achieved consciousness, and they became minor gods. Most of these great collections of souls never achieve consciousness, and there's many reasons for this, because those that have achieved consciousness, the greater gods inside the depths of the realm of the gods, tend to devour all the bits around them, like they're huge whales moving through the sea and gobbling up plankton. And they just wander around gobbling up everything else. So the Chaos Gods, you could argue, are the big gobblers, the ones that are wandering around eating everything else. But that's not actually strictly true. You could say that for all gods if you go by that definition. But it's worth noting that every time that this definition is dropped, there is one other thing that they always at some point mention, that this is a three-dimensional way of trying to understand something that lies beyond. It isn't a sea of souls. It isn't great whirlpools of emotion. It is something else. And not only that, but gods form there without any connection to the material realm. This happens again and again in the background. Now, all of that is a bunch of preamble to say, what is our definition of chaos gods for this particular list? And it's very clean. It's two things. One, it's defined as a chaos god in the setting. That's nice and easy. We don't need to have any description as to why something is or isn't a chaos god. The setting makes it clear. And I don't just mean someone thinks it's a chaos god. That's the bad moon. That's Morsleib. Many think that that could be some sort of god of chaos. It isn't. It's the bad moon. So it's not just people believe it. The setting itself states it. It's written in the god voice. This is a chaos god. And that means it is important for chaos. The second one is the ephemeral bit I was discussing before we moved into our introduction. And that is, what makes it a chaos god and not a normal god? And there's only one thing that we can say with any certainty. It's not that they are the greatest collection of prime emotions in the warp or the realm of the gods, because in the Warhammer world, they're just not. There are bigger primal emotions than the Great Four, yet they are not the big chaos gods. There are great entities that should be out there that kind of aren't. The actual gods of the Warhammer world, let's just say our Verenas or our Sigmars or our Rayas or our Azurans, some of those have extraordinary importance in their own pantheons and extraordinary powers. And some of them should do, because if we are going with the Sea of Gods, Sea of Emotion theory, then some of those would be collecting all of these higher thoughts in a variety of ways as those souls move into the realm of the gods. But it's just not the way it is. Our big four are more than just simply that in Warhammer, much more than that. Indeed, so much more, we need to add just a little bit. But the story of Warhammer itself provides the answer. The Chaos Gods want something and are aligned in purpose. And we know what that purpose is. And we know what they want. And they want to destroy the Warhammer world. That is their goal. Now, you can come up with whatever reason that you wish for it. But we know that's what they wanted to do at the beginning of the time. It's described again and again and again in the setting. The Chaos Gods want to destroy the world. And the world fights back. And the other gods fought back. Until eventually, depending on which tale you go with, all the gods leave the Warhammer world, leaving it to effectively face off against the hordes of chaos without them. And magic collapses as the great vortex above Ulthuan is created by the High Elves. None of the gods could survive in that anyway. There's not enough magic for them to be proper godly anymore, because magic's been sucked away. Chaos wants to destroy the world, and they have plans to do it. They hate each other. Each of the chaos powers despise each other with an almost insane level of hatred, because they are what they are. They are chaos gods. But their story of the Warhammer world from the beginning right through to the end is, we want to destroy the world, and we succeeded. And then when they succeed, like the great plague of locusts that they are, they then move off elsewhere to destroy the next thing and eat whatever you wish. They are the great devourers in many respects, the threat from beyond the black, something that is terrible. To be a chaos god, effectively, you're seeking whatever your individual presentation may be to destroy everything that the world represents and empower your followers so that they can live forever and help you destroy the next world. Indeed, this is what, if we look to the end times, happens at the end of Warhammer. The greatest champions of Warhammer are plucked up by their gods to go and destroy the next set of worlds. Archaon goes from reality to reality, eating, destroying, bringing everything down, our great Everchosen, until eventually arrives an Age of Sigmar to do the same. Our gods of chaos are the great devourers. Now, they've all got their own individual stories, and today we're going to be delving into godlings right up to the core great four of chaos, and we're going to be discussing why they're chaos gods, what it is they are, and what we think they are primarily doing, why they are chaos gods, and where we generally position them in the great pantheon of chaos. It's also worth noting that as we do each one, you're going to be doing a vote, a tier list vote indeed, on your side, clicking whether you think the god is an S, A, B, C, or D list, absolute terrible chaos god. And I would like you to consider the following. We are not talking about power purely, but if you wish to vote on power alone, it's quite clear who are going to be S tier. But we are talking about all of them here. Controversially or not, Khorne is always described as the most powerful. And if it's purely powerful and purely power, Khorne will be S tier. The other great four will be beneath him, no matter your personal preferences. And then the other gods are probably likely beneath them. But it's not just about that. It's about what you think. Which gods you think epitomize chaos best. Which ones you like. Which ones you think kick ass, chew gum, and are all out of gum. It's all about your opinions. We're going to discuss the lore, and when you hear the lore, you're going to say, this one sounds great, I really like it, or you're going to say, this is bullshit, I hate this should never have been included, D tier, can't we create a new tier, god damn it, this is such a failure of a deity as far as Warhammer is concerned. And that's okay. We're going to be giving you those options. You're going to be tiering them up, and I am really interested to see where everyone's going to post them. I have my own internal thought as to where all of these should go, and I have got a very strong idea where each one would in a tier list of my creation, but it's not about that. It's about what you think. And as we go through this, after you've made your decision, say, for example, we start with Be'lakor, and you say D tier, because you might, because Be'lakor sucks. If you drop Be'lakor as a D, which you're absolutely welcome to do so, we will then, Sotek and I, yeah, quite, D for demon. We will then say what we think, whether we think we agree with you or whether we think this deity, this chaos god or godling should be moved to a different tier. And we'll justify our own choices. And as we go, it might change how you then tier the later gods, because you might listen to our arguments and go, you know what? I think they move elsewhere. And that's totally cool. The whole point of this is to have some fun and for us to have a good, deep chat about all the different chaos gods and what they represent within the Warhammer world.
Great. From there, I'm going to grab super chats till we hit an hour, and then we're going to start.
Sounds good.
That just gives us nice.
So we're done.
Swarshaw, you're up against Lionheart, summon Tarmogon. I wish I could. I'm playing Shogun 2. If Tarmogon would show up and help me take over Japan, that would make my life so much easier. But sadly, that's against the rules. Scion, I would like to see an episode on the 40k Chaos Gods and the fact that there may ultimately be 8 of them, 4 currently born with 4 still waiting to be. The Dark King nearly being born as the 5th at the end of the Horus Heresy. So, obviously, I don't know a lot of 40k. I will say that I would find that very interesting if 40k. So in fantasy, especially in old fantasy, but in the setting, there's the concept that the 8 star points on the 8-pointed stars are not only each of the winds of magic, but there's actually this great demon god somewhere that's literally blowing each of the respective winds in. So like the names of the winds of magic aren't just the names of the winds. There are genuine beliefs that they are actual demon gods.
Demon gods, yeah.
That are nonetheless not associated with necessarily Team Chaos, which is super cool and interesting. And if 40k was running with a similar idea, but it's like the theoretical 8 big bad gods of chaos, and when all 8 are achieved, it's like, I don't know, fucking Exodia, the world's universe, the galaxy's destroyed. I would actually kind of find that really fun. But I don't know if that's the case.
Yeah, sure.
And something like that could maybe be a fun discussion, but it's not something that necessarily me and Andy would do without a special guest. That might be like something we could kick around a future day. Dino Man, so Warpstone is the wax surrounding the internal cheese of Morslip? Precisely, yes.
You got it, Dino Man.
There you go. You figured it out. You know the truth of Morslip now. Swarsha, summon Miao Ying, summon Grand Cathay. Yes, she is maintaining the bastion on this tier list to make sure it does not escape. I
just drew a picture of her, which I didn't expect to do at any time, so that was fun.
Yeah, Andy has some really, really pretty art of Miao Ying. Go watch Lawhammer if you haven't. I don't know what you're doing. Miao Ying has like literally, essentially, a main episode and a flashback episode that heavily involves her now, which is super cool. Circuit Kaya, I can see the backporting of Vashtor into Fantasy/AOS being possible, at least in 40k. He accesses the role of the Forge of Souls. So this one is actually a good one to end on before we jump into it, because we talked about Vashtor. Like, we actually had a discussion about it. Because I loosely agreed, but it hasn't happened yet. Like, Games Workshop has not come out and said Vashtor is the god of the Forge of Souls in every setting. Currently, he's only in 40k. I could see that happening, and it wouldn't surprise me, and personally, I wouldn't hate it, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yep, agreed. And it's not part of Warhammer yet. And if it becomes part of Warhammer, then great. Currently, it's a 40k thing, though, so let's leave 40k to the 40k folks. And if it becomes a Warhammer thing, we will judge it on its Warhammer merits, not on its greater 40k lore, very much just on what is offered in the Warhammer vaults.
Yeah, so like when we talk about the big four, we're not talking about any Demon Pride arcs because they don't exist in fantasy. They have nothing to do with fantasy, so they're not coming up. All right, it's an hour, so it's time to get started with Be'lakor, the First Damned.
Okay, so we're going to be taking these between us. We're going to be discussing it from my side for some, from Sotek's side from others. Be'lakor is sort of a 50-50 one. This is one that's very much between the pair of us, because it's a god that we've discussed between us a lot in the past. We have had an entire stream dedicated to Be'lakor. Go watch it. It's super fun.
Which was hilarious because it's not actually the Be'lakor stream. It was technically about something else, but he just keeps showing up to shit.
Because freaking Be'lakor, it was Be'lakor all along. So Be'lakor. Be'lakor isn't a chaos god. So let's start with a bit of controversy, because that's a nice way to start any one of our streams. Be'lakor is the first ever chaos champion who elevates to and ascends to demon princedom. And that process was new at the beginning of the Warhammer world. We are not talking about 40k. Let's make sure we get this very cleanly and clearly in our heads, because 40k has a long established history that contradicts Warhammer. But Warhammer has its own story. And in Warhammer's story, the first ever demon prince is Be'lakor. And the gods, the Great Four that we know, the Great Four Chaos gods, and arguably many more, imbued Be'lakor with a portion of their power so that they could destroy the Warhammer world. Effectively, Be'lakor makes a deal with all of the gods of chaos. And that deal is to, if we want to sum up the story neatly, become the first ever chosen. But a never chosen quite unlike any that would come afterwards, who would all be material creatures, because this one ascends. It goes into the realm of the gods and becomes a god himself. And in so doing, comes to rule the northern pole of the Warhammer world as a god. And he starts creating his own greater demons. Indeed, demon princes elevate and worship Be'lakor as their creator. Be'lakor, the great god of demon princes at the northern realm that rules the north. And as the cataclysm is unfolding, Be'lakor is having a whale of a time. To cut a long story short, kind of turns on the Great Four, because, hey, don't they all? And seeks to sit beside them, much as the Great Horned Rat will much later do come Age of Sigmar. We have a great story here, which is told in Warhammer terms, largely in myth. We don't actually know what happens. We get very loose descriptions, given God voice, or worse, in time voice. And I say better generally in truth for it, because in time voices, as far as I'm concerned, in time, that's not a good description for anyway, for a voice inside the setting. That's a very roleplay term. A voice from inside the setting explaining things. They are generally the best ones, but when it comes to actually knowing who Be'lakor is, we don't know what species he came from. We don't know how long he ruled. We don't know everything he did. We just know that the four chaos powers were terrified of him by the end. And they basically go to war with him to stop him, and then Tzeentch curses him permanently and effectively takes him from being the chaos god that he was and reduces him down to the demon prince that we know and love today. So do you think there's any extra details that are worth adding to that, Sotek, since we're 50-50ing this one?
Yeah. So a couple of things I'd like to add as far as a god is concerned is that, like Andy said, there is, I would very much argue, irrefutable evidence that he was a god for a time, of that he was the god of this great, horrifying empire that had thousands and thousands of humans building and worshiping in his name, and he got super obsessed with it. And I also very much agree with Andy that he kind of pulled a classic Chaos thing where he was supposed to be on team, we're all working together to try and destroy the world, and instead he was like, I'm going to take advantage of this situation to get myself stronger than all of you guys, then I'll destroy the world. And unfortunately for him, he ran out of time. And
I think there's a really nice story here. And that story is pretty simple. And that's that the Warhammer world is special. And what it offered him was so terrifying to the Chaos Gods that were attempting to destroy them that they chose to turn on him and destroy their personal champion before they tried to take out the world. And arguably, their focus upon Be'lakor meant that come the great wars that ended the Cataclysm, the forces of Chaos were in a far weaker position because they were too busy bickering amongst themselves and all the mistakes that they had made in their attempts to destroy the world. Be'lakor reigned in the mortal realms as a living god, supreme in the north. He had uncounted hundreds, almost certainly millions of followers, worshipping him as a god, not just because he sort of was. He's a god because he has ascended. And as in his ascension and with a portion of all the other Chaos Gods' power within him, he's growing more and more and more powerful. They have to put him down. Now, this story is an interesting one because it originally starts over in Mordheim, where we find out about Be'lakor and the Shadow Lord and where he comes from and what he has become and how he was once this great thing that has become lowered completely. But he's also an interesting story because he both introduces and is going to cap off this stream, because Be'lakor in many respects is Malal. We'll get to that when we head over towards Malal himself, because he's the Chaos God that tried to work against Chaos. He is the Chaos God that tried to effectively take over, and the other Chaos Gods put him down. So in many respects, Be'lakor we're opening with, because he's no longer a Chaos God. He's an ex-Chaos God, but he is a demon prince in that he is something of extraordinary power within the Aether, within the realm of gods, the realm of Chaos. And if he could slip free from the chains placed upon him by the other Chaos Gods, he would rise once again. But he is not there. In many respects, it's a little bit like Slaanesh in Age of Sigmar, who got all captured and trapped. Be'lakor has been trapped in the Warhammer world pretty much since the Cataclysm.
I mean, Mickey, one might say that Be'lakor is merely a fragment of the god that was. Just saying.
Yeah, when we get to Malal, I'll have a few takes on that one as well. But loosely speaking, Be'lakor is not a champion to any of the other Chaos gods. He is, in many respects, the first ever chosen, but he wasn't mortal by the time he becomes this. He is effectively the god that they try to use in the mortal realms to destroy it. They imbue Be'lakor with all of their powers, and Be'lakor takes it and runs.
He basically was like a really skeevy salesman that promised them all something really cool. They gave him all their money, and then they went to collect it. Oh, where is he? He left. He took all our shit.
Yeah, totally. I've just realized I'm gonna have to be doing some of these polls. Let me just open up YouTube over here while
I got Twitch.
Yeah, I'll go grab YouTube while we're there, because I did not get this ready. So, Be'lakor. From my perspective, we have got ourselves a Chaos God. Now, you might go, but he's not a Chaos God anymore. Once one thing is the case in the Aether, it kind of always is, as we will be discussing as we move into some of the other gods, in particular when we pick up Tzeentch, because Tzeentch is an interesting situation. But Be'lakor was a Chaos God, so sort of always is, and that's what terrifies the other Chaos Gods, because at some point, he may not just come to dominate, he may end up becoming as powerful or more powerful than them. At the moment, in the Warhammer world's fiction, he is utterly suppressed and compressed and effectively pushed into this tiny little godling of an entity. But should he be able to break free from those chains, he would be as big as any of the others in his own way, and certainly pissed.
Yeah, perhaps bigger. Because I mean, they do seem awfully worried about him.
Yeah, like really worried about him.
All right, I think for Be'lakor, interestingly enough, because he has kind of such a unique position, I think we should actually go SACD.
I agree with that.
I think a lot of people in the community might be like, nope, he's not a god anymore. Fuck him. I don't like him. Or some people might be like, I love him. I love the fact that he got pseudo-canonically killed by Tic-Tac-Toe, hitting him in the head with a rock. Hilarious. S-tier god. We'll do a good little 5-minute thing. And the poll is live on Twitch, and we'll be on YouTube in just a second. So
it's up already. I have pressed the button. It is up. The other thing that's worth noting about Be'lakor is naming convention-wise. Be'lakor is Eltharine, and a lot of people then try to use that as saying that he must have been an elf. I will deeply contradict that by saying that Eltharine is based on the language of the gods. As a core one, which means Be'lakor effectively is just Dark Tongue, is just the language of demons as a name. So yes, that's very close to Eltharine. What else? Belcahadris, for example, is one of the great Phoenix Kings. Sounds very similar to Be'lakor. But just because it sounds elfin does not mean he was once an elf. He could easily have been a Fimmer, a human, a dwarf. He could have been almost anything. What he is the first mortal who falls to chaos and is elevated as not just, in the end, a demon prince, but a god.
Yep. And do keep in mind, you can vote on YouTube and or Twitch. You can vote on both or neither or one. We would really appreciate you voting on one of them, at least, just because the more of y'all that vote, the more of a insight we get into how y'all feel about things, which is really fun. All right, I'm going to try and grab some super chats real fast while those are going. Sign the Emperor of the 8 aspects of the Primordial Annihilator. There's a idea. 4 gods that have embodied them so far: Heedless Slaughter Khorne, Infernal Tempest Zinch, Putrid Corruption Nurgle, and Rapturous Sensation Slanesh. Interesting.
Sign of the Emperor's got another comment if you scroll down a little bit that follows right on up from this.
4 that have yet to be born: Encroaching Ruin, perhaps, the Dark King, Malevolent Artifice in Vashtor, Ruinous Desolation in Malal/Malice, and Formless Distortion, ? Given Arcs of Omen, Vashtor seems on the road to full ascension. So I would say very much that GW works in patterns, and also as much as it may annoy me sometimes, their 40k branch is just that it is mirrored with all of their other branches, and they all influence each other. Vashtor to me very much feels like the Great Horned Rat of 40k, where he is going to become a chaos god. That's just the story they're telling right now.
Yeah.
But that is a cool world building discussion there. Those all have some really fancy, cool titles. I don't know how much of that is canon, how much of that is your personal headcanon, but it sounds really cool and I really like it. So yeah, great. Thank you, Sion. Temporera, come on, YouTube. We all know all gods are just thinly veiled versions of the big 4. All is chaos. Thanks as always for the lore and streams.
This bit, Ted, is something that always amuses me. I remember being told back in 2004 when we were 2005 when we were prepping up for the Tome of Salvation, that there were no other gods other than the Chaos 4 gods. Being told blanketly, this is what the case is, and this is what you have to write. And I was like, well, how do I write that for the Empire and all the gods that they believe? That seems to me unlikely. So I went away, had a big think, and then came back and went, you know what? I think you're wrong, and this is why. And I didn't do a big, long diatribe because no one wants to read one of those. They suck. I did a 2-paragraph breakdown.
Hey, you can't say that. That's all we do here.
Yeah, quite. I did a 2-paragraph breakdown, and I said, this is why I think you're wrong, and this is the core source that I would send you to show why you're wrong. And I won that argument, which was good. The Tome of Salvation ended up being quite a different book come the end, but I still referenced that argument in the Tome of Salvation. If you go to chapter 1, right at the very end, there's a little piece that is scrawled upon the Temple of Mor, which says basically all the gods are just hungry maws seeking to devour your soul. All is chaos, and that's scraped on the side of a Temple of Mor, where one of the prophets, in fact, the only prophet of Mor, lives not far away from Talabine. And that was a fun little detail to reference. But what you're saying is not an uncommon view for many writers. As much as many of us say it's tongue-in-cheek, many believe in the setting that there are no other gods other than the 4 great chaos gods, and even then, they don't even truly exist as we understand deities either. It's an interesting take to have, given just how much Warhammer lore contradicts it, but it's not uncommon.
And that is time.
Well, you've got a very clear A over on YouTube.
Twitch, he by a single vote managed to get A rather than tying A and D. He barely squeaked into A.
Interesting. Could we do then a super short other vote, because D's quite a drop, and put it as A and B, just to see if there's a weight there, because we did sort of spread that one out. So we're going to do a super short second one. So if you think
sudden death,
yeah, since that one is a B and
2 minutes, chat. 2 minutes to vote.
B. So do a super short little one there, just in case we were unfair in splitting it there, since A was quite heavy on YouTube. If you think it should be a B rather than A, as in an in-the-middle guy, then do please drop that. The vote is now hopefully up. If you think he's definitely an A, do please put the A.
Yep, vote now, vote now, vote now, vote now.
Thank you very much.
A and B. All right, and we can grab
for Be'lakor.
Tyra, what are some good Warhammer book recommendations? I've read Gotrek and Felix, Ulrika, Vampire Wars, Warlords of Eight Peaks, and Florin and Lorenzo already.
Okay, so I'm going to go in a slightly different direction than what many would recommend. And I'm going to say, read some of the roleplay books. The roleplay books do a great deal of work for explaining the setting, and depending on the book you read, some of them are really well composed to be decent reads all the way through, and they will do more for your understanding of the Warhammer world often than any novel. The novel will sink you into a single train track of potential Warhammer world, where the roleplay books are all about trying to portray the whole thing. So my recommendation is go grab yourself some roleplay books and have a read through those.
Based on what you've read, I would actually recommend your first read being Night's Arc Masters from 2nd edition. I think you will really enjoy, since you've done the full Vampire Wars and Ulrika. There's a lot of good. So I would do Night's Arc Masters next.
I'll add its companion volume, Children of the Horned Rat, as well. I put the two of them together because they're both the playing bad guys books that came out for 2nd edition, and both of them were contributed to by Steve Darlington, who did quite a lot of damn fine work for those books.
Yeah, and also based on your list, the next Black Library thing I'd recommend is the Black Arts. I think you'd really like the Black Arts based on your list here.
Yeah.
Nice. Corral, could you theoretically consider Chaos Undivided a Chaos God?
Yeah, so I considered this. But and the Great Beast, and there's various other things that have been brought up in the Warhammer world, and I really, really almost suggested we included it. But I argued with myself and went, for time, it's 4% difference. B over on YouTube.
Twitch went B. Pretty handily.
Okay, cool. So I did think that a little extra poll there was worthwhile, because there was a bit of a split. So we get ourselves Be'lakor as a B right in the middle. I think that's actually super appropriate.
For Be'lakor.
Okay, so what do you think? Is B good for Be'lakor?
As a god, I would, I think, loosely agree, because he's very much a god of potential.
Yeah. Or lost potential in some degrees. Yeah, totally.
Both, to be frank.
In terms of the list that we have here, and the gods that we have here, I think Be'lakor as a B is fine. He could easily have been a C. And I think that would be fine also. I personally wouldn't have put him as an A, because there's some gods that I would rather fulfill that slot over than something like Be'lakor.
Yeah, I think he's a good, I would say B or C. Like, I could see the argument for D, but I would have voted B or C. I think on the poll, the YouTube poll, because I voted, of course. I think I actually did vote C. All right. So, in the interest, we have so many super chats, so we're just going to grab them while people are voting. So we're just going to go ahead and go into the next god, and then we'll get back to super chats and stuff. But yes, I also, like Andy, thought about including Chaos Undivided and decided against it, because like Andy said, the Great Beast is a thing, but it's very ill-defined and loosey-goosey and more of like a myth as opposed to an active god would probably be the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Be'lakor is a fascinating character who in many respects is a modern interpretation of what Malal once was. And a character that isn't a chaos god anymore, but most certainly was and holds the potential of becoming one again. The next two, and we're going to take them one at a time in terms of their description, but the next two are a couplet, were created because of Malal. Indeed, you'll find Malal is an undercurrent for much of Chaos talk. And when we get to Malal, you'll understand why. But loosely speaking, by the time the book called Something Rotten in Kislev was written, they were no longer able to use the term Malal in their books. Now, who are they? Games Workshop, or if you were here at the beginning of this stream, Zinch. Games Workshop was incapable of using Malal because they didn't actually own the term. Meaning that Graham Davis, who was responsible for taking the work that was Something Rotten in Kislev and turning it into a final book because the author had shipped back to the US, was in a bit of a tight bind because Malal was the god that was used in the book Something Rotten in Kislev, the fourth part of the Enemy Within campaign for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1st edition. So Graham made up Zuvasin and Nikoho. And in his own actual words, they were nonsense words that he just threw together because he had a big gaping hole in his adventure that he had to fill. And he filled it with 2 chaos gods. Now, for us nowadays, the idea of just creating new chaos gods willy-nilly seems a little bit odd. But as we're going to discuss as we move on to Quethel, this was the norm at the time. Chaos gods were not uncommon in the early days. And as we move to 8th edition Warhammer, they're not uncommon there either. But in the middle, a lot of Warhammer lore basically said, there's just 4 chaos gods. That's just it. There's just 4. And then it sort of got massaged into something quite different. And in these early years, we had a lot of them. And these two, Zuvasin and Nikoho, give you a bit of an example of what these might look like. Because if we look at the lore for the Demons of Chaos and then the 8th edition version of Chaos, they discuss, and indeed the Old World as well, they discuss the gods of Chaos and include far more than just the 4 Chaos gods that we all know and love from every setting that Games Workshop produces. Warhammer had far more. And the first of those is Zuvasin. Zuvasin is only pretty much in Something Rotten in Kislev. Very occasionally, Zuvasin gets mentioned here or there in other books. Very occasionally, but hardly ever. What Graham Davis created for Something Rotten in Kislev was pretty much dropped there and nowhere else. And Zuvasin, to quote it, is, which I think is appropriate for what we do with our streams, a spoiler. He's a spoiler. Yeah. He's constantly seeking to undo everything. He is the great undoer. He seeks to undo things that have been made. He is a brand of chaos that seeks to even undo chaos. He wants everything to be pulled apart into nothingness. He is, in many respects, a perfect example of entropy. And he is a deity that is worshipped in lots of small corners of the old world, and a deity who is chaos big C, because it seeks to destroy all of reality. It seeks to destroy establishments. It seeks to destroy everything. It uses its burning flames to just literally entropy everything in its path. Loosely, and without going into any great detail, because there isn't much detail, Zuvasin is a renegade chaos god, and that means that he actually actively wars against the other chaos gods. But this is where the term begins to look a bit loosey-goosey, because all 4 of the great chaos powers do the same all the time. They are constantly warring against each other. But what this god does that the other chaos gods doesn't do is he also wars against the very concept of the chaos gods themselves, the very concept of what it is to be a chaos god devouring your way across reality. In many respects, Zuvasan is the great spoiler. Whenever someone else is having fun, Zuvasan comes along and brings it to an end. Now, in terms of great cults, there isn't any. In terms of great workings in the Warhammer world, there really isn't any. Loosely speaking, it's a small handful of tiny cults that worship this smaller chaos god, realizing that effectively the world is going to end and they nihilistically are going to be involved as the core components of bringing that world to its knees. That, loosely speaking, is Zuvasan.
Yeah, there are a couple little fun things about him. Like one of the things I actually genuinely enjoy is that he's a god that has deliberate inconsistency. Like it talks about that his symbol is like the set of Ys, but it's always drawn different. It's always like slightly wrong because there is no right form. Because in order to have a right form would imply that there's like a consistency, and he is
established norm.
Yeah, and he is a god that stands against that. You know, very much a god that if you were to try and like write down how to worship him, he would deliberately fuck that up because he doesn't want anything to be consistent. He doesn't want anything to be stable. He wants everything to get topsy-turvy and flipped over. He's a fun god. I can understand why a lot of people kind of latched onto him and were like, this is someone that should be consistently within the setting. He also has some powers that if you could get him to side with you, which would be very difficult because by the very expectation of hoping to have him on your side, you're encouraging him to fuck with you. He can manipulate extreme forms of luck. Like he can make things that are supposed to happen not happen. Great plans collapse, things fall through.
He's a spoiler.
Yeah, he's a spoiler. He's the guy that's blocking your basketball shots. He's the guy that like kicks over your table. He's an asshole. He's literally just an asshole.
So Graham was left in a position where he had to replace Malal, and he replaced him with a big, giant dick. Zuvasan just sucks. Whenever anyone else is doing anything wrong, Zuvasan's sitting in the corner going, I'm going to screw with your shit. I hate you. I'm just pulling it down. He's quite fun in his own little way. So that's Zuvasan. And where we place him, I say that we don't have an S tier for Zuvasan because he's not an S tier god. It's A, B, C, or D on our great tier here. It's up to you where you think he sits. Do you think that Zuvasan, who is an extant chaos god, for all he's barely mentioned in many sources, do you think Zuvasan is better than Be'lakor or worse? Where do you think he sits in this tier stream? Now, you might think he's better and still vote B. That's okay, because when Sotek and I have a little discussion, if you all vote B, we'll decide whether Be'lakor or Zuvasan goes ahead.
If he was real, yes, this is where the stream would crash because he'd be like, fuck you guys.
Yeah, so true, so true. Okay, you ready to put the tier up?
Yep,
put it up?
I'll get 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes, and away we go. Let's grab ourselves some super chats and zip through them.
Yeah, okay, so, boom, headcanon from Hoplite. Lore updates are in-world side effects of beings traveling through time. Gelt didn't exist, but then a future demon killed someone in the past. That is a way you can handle retcons in-universe if you want to.
Yeah.
You can even, if you're playing a roleplay game, deal with the idea that there is something causing retcons and your players have to try and potentially deal with stopping it. Or if you watch Lawhammer, there's a mention of a certain really spooky group of Tzeentch guys that do something kind of like this.
The Knights of Tzeentch.
We did that. Thank you again, Scion.
Yes,
Donoman, having a core-defined canon that all the writers could draw from so they know what's defined and what is left vague. Andy, that's heresy among GW doctrine.
Oh, it sort of is, but at the same point, they do have their core canon of work, and that's generally whatever is currently in publication. From the studio, not from, say, for example, a licensor or Black Library. So the core studio work is their canon of the moment, but that will obviously change through the editions.
Darius Rose, run a comic where Darkseid teamed up with the Lords of Chaos, the foes of Dr. Fate within the setting. How would he work if he was in AOS Fantasy, considering he's God of all evil, considering the order gods within Chaos and DC? So I love Darkseid. Darkseid's super fun. He would very much be kind of one of those gods. He wouldn't be a chaos god. He would kind of be one of the evil gods. He'd be like kind of your great horned rats or your canes or other malicious gods. But because there's a sense of rationality or order to him, there are ways to bargain with him. There are ways to discuss with him. And also Darkseid very much seeks domination rather than destruction. So I think he would be very chaos opposed. But very spooky to deal with. He's an asshole. Nobody would really like him. But I would not be shocked to see people approach him in attempts to earn his favor or his legions to deal with chaos threats and other various things, but it would always come at a price.
Yeah, sure.
Rexy33, is the Great Maw God? Yes. A Chaos God? No. Born of Warpstone? Yes.
Kinda, yeah.
Or a thing? Yes.
Yeah.
We've done a stream on the Great Maw.
Yeah,
if you want to go check it out, the Great Maw is really fun because it is really weird. It breaks a lot of the laws of how gods normally work because it is simultaneously a physical and etheric entity, which makes it really fucking scary, which makes it really fucking cool. Go watch that stream. Henrico99. Could it be argued that Tzeentch is the most influential / powerful because it prefers to pull the meta-narrative strings of the settings to keep the great game going? Love you. Glory to the Changer.
Okay, so that assumes that that's what's happening, which I think is a big assumption. And you can argue any of the Chaos Gods are the most powerful, and in certain circumstances they are. The setting itself states this multiple places, that they are waxing and waning in power at different periods. But that, broadly speaking, top of the pile is Tzeentch, then... top of the pile, pardon me, is Khorne, then Nurgle, then Tzeentch, then Slaanesh. But it varies according to books and according to time.
Yeah, I will say, if you're dealing purely with published materials, it can really seem like Tzeentch is the most important god because to put it very bluntly, he's the easiest to use. He can, because he's so kind of goofy and like self-contradictory and messy. You could just insert him into a story and it just works. Regardless of what he's doing. He also has the only massive, really famous Warhammer roleplay campaign where he's the big bad the entire time. Yep. So because of that, he tends to kind of overshadow his brothers, but it's not meant to be that way. It's just kind of the way it's ended up. Though you could argue, because it's Tzeentch, that is the way it was meant to be. Because and what I would say is, remember, Tzeentch is a liar. And he's always going to make something appear as if it's what he wants, because that's the entire gimmick. Magladroth, if a god can become a chaos god by joining the Team Chaos, can a god leave Team Chaos and not be considered a chaos god anymore?
Yes, this has happened multiple times in various sources, and this is also the case for demons that used to be wrapped up within one chaos god and then go off and do their own thing. Now, you could argue that that just simply means that that chaos god has a streak of independence, and this is just the manifestation of that independence. Doesn't really matter what you argue. The case is that gods do shift allegiance. The important part here is that gods are not like many of the etheric entities, in that they do have sentience. They do have their own sentience, which means that they have, to a degree, an ability to have freedom of choice, something that many etheric entities don't, because they are entities of pure emotion, which means that they react according to their emotion and nothing more. But the god that sits at the very heart of it does have free will.
And that is time.
Okay, then we've got a very clear C over on YouTube, followed by D. So Zuvasan did not score well on the YouTube side.
On Twitch, he was by far most D, followed by C.
Interesting. What was the percentages?
It was 53 to 29.
53 to 29. It's 44 to 33 here. So we're kind of split between the two. Right. So I say we split this one and decide ourselves whether it's C or D then, since we're kind of splitting the vote. So he's an extant god, and he's doing his stuff, and there are going to be worse coming. So I'm going to suggest C out of those two.
I agree. The big reason I agree is I think that Zuvasan, despite the fact that he's very obviously a Malal split off, because like they're both gods of kind of fucking with things. But I'm gonna say it. I think Zuvasan kind of does a better job, in my opinion, because Malal's often very painted as I hate chaos, fuck chaos. Where Zuvasan, I like very much of I hate structure of any kind. Like he feels like big C and little C chaos, which I think is cool.
Yeah, me too. He's a nice little addition to the setting that I think does some interesting things. Nakoho is about to be something very different, though. Are we ready for Nakoho?
Yeah, Nakoho the Doubter.
Nakoho the Doubter. So, Nakoho the Doubter.
This guy's actually
Nakoho the Doubter
funny in a
is
meta
the
sense.
god. It's kind of brilliant. Is the god of disbelieving that gods exist. He is, in many respects, a logical inconsistency. Nikoho wants everything to be gone, just like all the Chaos Gods apparently do, but Nikoho, the doubter, just doesn't believe or doesn't really stand for anything. Nikoho has no temples, doesn't give you mutations, doesn't give you blessings, doesn't do anything, because Nikoho kind of doesn't believe he exists himself. Indeed, in Something Rotten in Kislev, it suggests if you decide to have Nikoho himself manifest, that he's just some random old dude who sits down and goes, hi, and doesn't have this great majestic aura of chaos. Quite the opposite.
If you've ever seen the SpongeBob meme where Patrick's talking to that one character with the license, and it's literally that scene of like, okay, so chaos is a thing, and Nikoho goes, yep, and goes, and I manifested you through some sort of magic ritual. And gods, theoretically, if they existed, would have to manifest through a magical ritual. And he'd go, and you go, so you're a chaos god? And he'd go, no. I don't believe they exist.
Yeah, basically, he is one gigantic atheist. He believes that gods, in truth, don't exist, including himself. He believes that chaos doesn't exist, including himself. He believes that the whole thing is sort of made up. And if you discuss it with him, that's the stance he takes. He is not a well-worshipped deity, but he is, in his own way, exceedingly powerful, because as is often the case with things from the realm of the gods, the realm of chaos, it's all based on belief. And a lot of people hold these beliefs. They just don't believe that the gods are out there for them, or that the gods in any way represent them. And in some respects, this is where Nikoho gets a lot of his shtick. He's always sitting there at the edges going, yeah, no, you're not as big or as clever as you think you are. You are nothing more than the dreams and the imaginations of men. You don't actually exist. I deny you. And that carries a power. And indeed, his worshippers, their great power is that the great powers of chaos kind of don't work. And that's loosely what they are. The great doubters of the Warhammer world. Do they have temples? No, because they don't believe that gods exist. Do they have any great gatherings? No. In many respects, they're the humanists of the Warhammer world, but ultimately there's one other thing that Nikoho has that the others, as in the other gods, don't have. And that's that Nikoho is sided with chaos. For all he decries that the other gods don't truly exist, he still wants to see the end of all things. He wants to see the end of the world. Everything should no longer exist. That is his core position. He is at heart a nihilist. He wants to see the end of all things. And it's not so much that he just doesn't believe, he just thinks that all things should not. Hey, he doesn't sound like a lot of fun at a party, but he's most certainly got his own position.
Yeah, Nikoho is one of those gods that from a distance, from a casual distance, he's hilarious, to put it bluntly. Because he just kind of comes off as like a massive contrarian. But if you zoom in, he actually can get really fucking scary because he represents some really unsettling ideas that if you were a mortal being that was dealing with like one of his followers and you didn't realize it because they're like part of not really a cult, but they follow his line of thinking, there is some genuinely horrific amounts of damage he could do to the world in the right circumstances, which is really, it sounds weird because it is, but he is a living concept of doubt, which, so one of my favorite, I'll put it this way. One of my favorite mythologies is the story of, holy crap, Orpheus and Eurydice. And if you know the story of Orpheus, which I could go into a whole thing about why it's super important to me for a lot of reasons I don't have time for, but one of the core fundamental concepts of the story of Orpheus is the power of doubt and how doubt is a really horrific, sinister force that no man can escape from, even a demigod like Orpheus. And Nakoho is doubt. He is the shaking of your beliefs, the shaking of the foundations, the taking the understanding of the world and adding just enough that it causes you, when you've been told to walk and you have faith in everything, he shakes that faith just enough that you turn around. And that's spooky.
So Nakoho, if he was to be updated into the modern setting, would probably be a devastatingly powerful Chaos God, because rather than having the no powers one, he would take, in many respects, what in 40k has with its nulls and its anti-psychers and similar. In Warhammer, he'd do the same. The god's powers would just fail around his worshippers, and his worshippers would be nothing more than deep abiding atheists. They don't even believe that they're a power of chaos, but they are walking null psychs in many respects, capable of disbelieving your magic, capable of disbelieving your blessings. So spells fail, magic fails, everything goes wrong. In many respects, you can see why Nakoho is paired up with Zuvasin. And he makes for a fun deity, but he has very little written about him. It's basically one little entry inside the Kislev book, Something Rotten in Kislev, that was released very early in Warhammer's existence. And again, he's mentioned here or there every once in a while. He's a chaos god. He wants to see the end of all things, but loosely speaking, has very little modern detail. You have to make it up yourselves. Where do you think he sits on the A, B, C, D scale? Because he's not an S.
Yep, you get 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
All right, while that's going, I'm going to get back into these super chats really fast. Yep, we already did that one. 21CES, have you done a stream on the Gods of Law? No, we haven't yet. If not,
we haven't.
I'd be interested in that and hear how you'd have them fit in modern Warhammer. That is something we will very likely do at some point.
And Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay returned to them in the 4th edition to a degree as well. So this isn't a concept that's gone. It's a concept that has been sort of played around with a little bit, but it's not something that Games Workshop themselves have picked up. It's something that's been handled by licensors.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what GW does in the next year or two, because there's been a lot of really strong rumors that GW, which rumors from sources that I have faith in because they've proven very right in the past, that suggests that GW is genuinely considering.
Has the poll not come up on YouTube? Okay, let me just do it again.
Oh yeah. You might have to refresh and do it again.
Yeah, I just did refresh.
Yeah, while he's doing that, there's been a lot of really consistent rumors that I'm having a hard time disbelieving, even though they seem very unlikely to me, that Nakoho doubts there's a poll, so there is no poll.
There was no poll.
But there's been a lot of rumors that GW is considering actually returning to Talea and Nostalgia as like playable factions, which were a faction back in 6th edition and even before 6th edition. If they do, that will likely result in the head studio returning to Solcon, who is like the most, shall we say, enduring God of Law. And that would be a big deal. So if that were to happen, we would return in force, but I kind of want to see what they do before we tackle them.
Yeah.
Nathan Hull, clarification / follow-up from last stream real quick. What if where the elves reunify in a different way from the end times, where Malekith becomes the Phoenix King rather than the Eternity King? What if the Wood or High Elves were to lead the reunification instead of Malekith? Okay, this is going to be a very controversial answer to your question, Nathan, that you might not appreciate, but I think it would basically go down the same way, just maybe in a different order of operations. Which you're probably like, that shut up, Sotek, but like, I think if you're doing it with elves, Malekith ends up as the Phoenix King no matter what. It just takes on a different flavor.
I'd just like to say that the vote on YouTube at the moment is massively split with an equal number of A and D.
That's hilarious.
That's hilarious. That actually makes me laugh for Nakoho.
Twitch is, I think, very deliberately keeping C and D perfectly tied.
If you haven't voted yet on YouTube, please do so right now. Only about a third of you have dropped a vote in on the actual vote. So drop in and give us an idea of what you think.
Oh, these votes are goofy. Y'all are up to stuff. Okay. Okay, so while that's still running, we've got where was I? Thoughts on the rumored Regiment of Renown coming to the Chaos Dwarfs? It's supposedly a gaggle of miners who had migrated from the Karazhan Quarter all those hundreds of thousands of years ago. They'll be called unaccompanied miners. Oh my! I thought you were doing something cool there for a second, and then it ends up on a. Oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Seriesco, is the difference between a chaos god and a regular god recognition of the other gods? Could a god become a chaos god without the consent of the big four?
That is definitely not the case. In that there's a bunch of chaos gods that the big four have nothing to do with at all, and don't in any way, like Nicole, have like or want to deal with, but nevertheless they're marked as chaos. So it's not recognition. It seems to be simply they're chaos gods that work like chaos gods.
Yeah, it's more of like a label that is applied as opposed to like a card carrying membership team.
Yep.
David Whitfield, no consideration for Chaos Undivided as a god. Called by its followers as the Great Beast, compared to all other Chaos gods, maybe a parallel to Azathoth from Lovecraft lore. Also, Be'lakor is the Gelt of Chaos.
It's Be'lakor all along. There was consideration, but we eventually chose not to do it because it's not enough of a Chaos god to actually be marked out as anything other than a way for games designers to say that you can have chaos armies without recognizing any of the four great powers of chaos. And they just went, yeah, you can have your armies. They just follow Chaos Undivided, don't they? Yeah, that's what it is. And then we'll write some lore to sort of support it. And we'll say that some people believe that that's actually a god. But it's not at no point is it actually clarified as a definite deity.
Yeah, I would kind of need like a cult of the Great Beast or someone within the setting that like actively like worships or proselytizes to it, and that's just not really a thing you see.
Yeah, it's far more defined as a cult of chaos, and it's just they're worshiping all the chaos gods.
I'm going to let YouTube vote just a little longer because they got a little bit of a late start, but Twitch has ended their successful troll on exactly matching C&D.
Beautifully done. At the moment, over on YouTube, A is winning.
Oh my god, y'all are gonna make this really messy. Sforja, Yao Ming, Miao Ying, and Lawhammer. Okay, bookmarking that.
Yeah.
Go watch Lawhammer, guys. Plus, if you get Lawhammer to whatever their next major threshold is, I think it's 9K, 8K, one of the two. I think it's 9. But if we get over that major threshold, I have bound us to doing a stream on Nethu, the Last Doorkeeper.
Oh yeah, Nethu, the Last Doorkeeper. I forgot about that. Yeah, good point.
So please do that.
We're currently at 8.74K subscribers on YouTube, so it's not actually that many more required.
Yeah, so go get them to 9. A, it's an amazing series. You should be watching it because it's genuinely fantastic and can help with your own creative thoughts about the Warhammer world. And B, Nethu is going to be a super fucking cool stream because there's a lot there, and I get to talk about Orpheus 4, which will be really fun.
Hey, we could have Lindsay on stream as well, since that was her choice.
Yes, Lindsay will be back.
That'd be super cool. I'm about to end the poll, so you've got about another 10 seconds before I press that button, and at the moment it's 50-50 split.
I'm going to answer this super chat, and then we're going to end it. Hannibal, hey boys, what the hell, or the Christ, or whatever insert here, was the sleeper in Go Check It Felix? To put it very, very simply, the sleeper was, I assume, a very bad nightmare that who wrote that one? Was that one it wasn't Bill King, it was I can't remember who wrote that one.
I don't think that was Nathan either. I can't remember.
Yeah, someone remind me who wrote that one. But the sleeper was basically it's a giant ant queen essentially that made a deal with it was Nathan Long. Okay.
It was Nathan. There we go. Thanks.
It was basically a big ant queen that was part of a big race of insectoid creatures that got wiped out by the dwarfs, and the last of their kind made a bargain with Chaos, who mutated her into a super horrible, immortal insect mutant monster that could infect people with a fungus type thing and psychic influence that lets her take over their minds, and it's permanent. And she's really fucking cool and really fucking scary, but her and her species never appear outside of that book, though they are very fun.
Orc Slayer, thanks.
Yeah.
Right. So over on YouTube, The vote is almost directly split between A at 30% and D that just squeezed in at 29%, then C at 22% and B at 16%. What was over on Twitch?
I believe it was C and D at like 35 to 38% tied, and then A
Really
trickling
hard.
in at like 12 or like 18%.
Like really low. Okay, yeah. So you got and done screwed us here.
Yeah, so, they very effectively did.
Right. So the CD split on one side with A carrying it from YouTube means that we move to C in terms of the overall. But I don't think that pulls it all the way up to B, given that B only has 16% on YouTube and it has a heavy 30% down on D. So I would say that our conclusion there is you voted C.
I kind of almost want to give them a sudden death vote.
Okay, between what?
Between B and C.
Do you think? I mean, is it needed? I mean, no one voted B.
Yeah, but that's a lot of A votes.
Yeah, but there's a lot more C and D when you add it together. It's over 50% when you add C and D together.
That's a reasonable argument. I can agree to C. I can agree to C.
And C seems to be the right one.
All the people in chat saying, we didn't get to choose S. We're robbed. We're robbed.
Sorry. So Nakoho. So given that, I think Nakoho has to kind of go above Zuvasin.
I think we can meet y'all there. We can meet y'all there, which is higher than we would probably put him objectively.
I think so. Nakoho is, I think, potentially an extraordinarily powerful Chaos God. But in reality, and the write-up that we have from Something Rotten and Kislev isn't. To be its potential, it needs to be able to, his followers, his great nihilistic individuals, need to be able to stop all divinity around them, to stop mutation, to stop chaos. And it would be horrendous in a variety of ways that most people wouldn't expect. Yeah, but that's not really what we have.
Yeah, so GW doesn't do this anymore, which sucks. It objectively sucks, and I think me and Andy would both be very strong war criers for they should return to it. But back when GW, the head studio, used to release like fun books that just fleshed out the world in ways that weren't really relevant to the battle game. So like the Liber Chaotica or the Liber Necris and stuff like that. If they were to come back out and be like, hey, here's a book about minor chaos gods that aren't really relevant to the tabletop but are just fun, and were to revisit Zuvasin and Nakoho and update them, they would probably be super fun and insane. But sadly, it just hasn't happened yet.
Yep, agreed.
Nakoho doubts tears anyway, so what does it matter?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So what we have next is, where were the Chaos Gods back in the day? So when we look at the Realms of Chaos books, so these are two books that were all the combined lore that Games Workshop had written about chaos for both Warhammer and 40k at the end of the 80s, the beginning of the 90s. Books that were written by multiple authors, and that's not just because there was so much to write, it's because that book was hard to get over the line. The pair of books, Lost in the Damned and Slaves to Darkness, were a long time coming and were big. And in there, we got detailed the four great powers of chaos and more. And our next god, Quethel, is an example of how to use and more. Inside the book, there was an entire set of rules for creating your own demons. And not only your own demons, but your own patrons, your own chaos powers that could empower your characters in the tabletop. One of the fun things that the old Chaos books offered was the idea of the Chaos Warband. Chaos Warbands that effectively, much like Necromunda or Mordheim later, move from place to place, play against your friends, gaining new mutations, getting some new band members in, loads of cool development. These would be later boxed up in big box sets, as we said, like Necromunda, Gorka Morka, and like Mordheim. But the early iteration of that came from the Chaos books. And it wasn't just the gangs that you could make up, your big Chaos Warbands. It was the very gods they worshipped. Quethel Grizzlegut was their example Chaos god. And Quethel Grizzlegut shows how the way that they built their gods can create something that looks very much like something else you might recognize. Because when Queethel was created using their lovely creation rules, he was started off as a level 5 Skaven champion. Now, back in the old versions of Warhammer, you had level 0, that was your basic trooper, level 5, a champion, all the way up to level 25, which was your great Chaos Lords, your great generals of your various armies. So Queethel Grizzlegut started off as a basic Skaven champion, and then they applied the, I'm going to turn this into a greater demon, and then a god rules. Which is why we end up with this great winged Ratman-like thing that is Queethel Grizzlegut. Is he a chaos god? Yes. Does he get mentioned in other books? Yeah, occasionally he does. Yep. Hell, he even gets mentioned over in 40k. Queethel is one of these weirdly odd examples that have managed to somehow hold on by the gripping of his claws in the lore. Queethel Grizzlegut is just an example for how to use the create your patron chaos gods. He has not given anything in terms of character beyond, well, since I started with him as a Skaven, I suppose he probably talks like a Skaven, and he's probably all about, bringing down society from within, but not quite like a Skaven way. He's given almost no character beyond, he started as a Skaven, so I suppose we better run with that a bit. And that is all we have for Queethel Grizzlegut. He is not a great power of chaos, but what he does represent is that there are multiple entities that are called gods, chaos gods, within the realm of chaos. They are unique, and they are quite separate to the great 4 chaos powers. They're not tied to them at all. They are individual entities that have got their own creation stories. And if you read the patron rules, as in the rules for creating your own patron, they even explain what happens in the realm of chaos when this occurs, when various souls die and grab together and start forming their own consciousness until eventually they awaken sentient inside the realm of gods and start potentially even creating their own demons. But most of them are slipping in and out of sentience. They might sleep for what in the real world may appear forever, or perhaps just a day, and their demons fall quiet, and then they wake back up again. And this is a concept that comes back for the great 4 chaos powers as well. The idea that they are weaker at some points and far stronger at others, particularly when one of the Everchosen comes and they attempt to destroy the world by flooding it with their magical energies. The idea that even the chaos gods go through these slowly, along these seasons almost of the world where they go quiet and they slumber, and then they come back again ready for war. And it's shown on the small scale by Queethel Grizzlegut and the other patrons. In many respects, Queethel here represents all the tiny independent godlings, because that's what he is, a tiny independent godling. He is not a great power of chaos, but he is unique, he is powerful, and he's not a demon prince. Many people immediately go, well, it's just a demon prince, isn't it? Demon princes were mortals, and they elevate and ascend into the realm of chaos. Queethel, although he started off in terms of making his rules as a Skaven, isn't. He is an etheric entity. He is from the realm of chaos, and he is unique, individual, and effectively the power of a greater demon, perhaps much stronger than a greater demon, because he is a unique godling in and of himself. But he is himself not a greater demon, and very likely could have his own greater demons if you decided to make them. Indeed, there's rules for creating your own greater demons, lesser demon steeds, little demonlings, the whole lot inside the Realm of Chaos books, and Queethel has them all. He has more power than just a greater demon.
Yeah, the most important thing about Queethel to understand is that he wasn't, like Andy said, he's very specifically not intended to be a part of the setting. He was just a example template. Yeah. But the example template included like a greater demon that would theoretically serve him, the six-eyed slayer, or lesser demons like the fire runners and the floating horrors. But the thing is, in typical Warhammer community fashion, a lot of people that were young looked at this and said, that's canon. This is great. I love it. And he has showed up in some very funny instances.
Later writers have run with it.
Yeah. My personal favorite is C.L. Werner used Queethel in some very genuinely funny ways in the Thankful trilogy, which was super funny and not necessary, where Thankful basically treats him like a Christian would treat talking about Lucifer, and it's really funny where he's like this apostate that's used as like a how dare this random Skaven become a god somehow, and it's genuinely hilarious and doesn't explain anything, which is perfect.
In some respects, for those of you who want the Horned Rat to be a Chaos God, you could argue that Queethel is the Chaos God manifestations of the Horned Rat. It is the Skaven who wish to see the absolute ruination of the world completely, not to inherit it, but to wipe it out. Queethel could represent that, but this is us telling stories that don't exist. You have to make them up because there's very little written about him. He is run with a few writers, but he's always that little name on the side. So he's in the setting. He is a Chaos God. It's up to you where to rate him, though.
Yeah, because
I think it's clearly an ABCD.
Black Library authors really love him, but he's never appeared again outside of in a main studio publication.
Yeah, not at all in the slightest. He's basically just Chaos Skaven.
Yeah.
So are we ready, ABCD?
Yes, I think so. And I also, I will note that when someone came to me and was like, "Oh yeah, he's in the End of the Death," all I could do was shake my head. All I could do was shake my head. All right, let's launch the poll. You got 5 minutes, chat. As I in vain tried to get caught up on super chats here. Donovan, what do you think the betting odds are in the old world of making the Great Horned Rat a Chaos God? In the sense of Games Workshop just saying they are now what the Skaven are reintroduced in the old world. What are the odds of Ryder shortly thereafter saying then again he isn't one purely by omission because they'll just list the big four again? Honestly, I would give. First, we're assuming the Skaven are going to come back to the old world, which right now is not a guarantee.
That's true.
I want to note that. I think and hope it will happen, but it's not a guarantee. My follow-up, genuinely, I would probably give it like a 50-50. I think there's a 50% chance you'll get an author who has worked on AOS and goes, "Oh, well, he's a Chaos God in AOS, so he's just a Chaos God." Like they just think he's a Chaos God. But I also think it's possible that it will happen nope, Chaos is the big four. This isn't a Chaos book, so I'm not going to include the word Chaos in here.
Yeah. I think in time it's almost inevitable. And I don't mean 5 years. I mean like 10, 15. When it becomes the established norm in Age of Sigmar that the Great Horned Rat is a Chaos God, it will slowly but surely bleed. Because that's how lore often bleeds in Games Workshop productions. It seems almost inevitable. But there's always that feeling that there will be this is the development we got from Age of Sigmar. Age of Sigmar makes him the Chaos God. So that's when it should occur, and it should never be back in the old world. I think that's the correct route to take, but that doesn't mean that that's the route that all writers will take in the future.
Yeah, and then you'll get to be like us or the many that have come before you, where you go, well, back in my day, it was written as this. Surrogate guy, headcanon time. Bellacor's origin in 40K is that he was born just in the reality of fantasy. His position as the first prince was so powerful that he'll always be the first demon prince in every reality, regardless.
That is definitely a take. I think that
I don't even understand how Be'lakor works in 40K because he doesn't it's weird in 40K. He's a weird character in 40K.
I don't have much of an issue with it, actually. I think that the importance of the Warhammer world to the Chaos Gods can be re-stressed by just how powerful Be'lakor is.
Yeah, because I know he's vaguely important, but he just doesn't have the same history and impetus that he does. In 40K, I almost expect him to be written as he was the Emperor's first mortal best friend or some stupid shit.
That'd be a bit rubbish, wouldn't it? Yeah, they could definitely do something a bit better than that.
Oh yeah, but that's why they would do it, because it's 40K. Anyway, bouncing Eel 8. I love Be'lakor so much since he's more of an actual character rather than a concept.
I kind of agree with that. I think that he's got, ever since he was first put together for Mordheim and then developed from Mordheim into eventually the campaign over in Albion and then further into full sets of rules from all over the place, he has built a super fun and interesting character. And I would be sad to see that character diminish.
Chat, make sure you vote. Quethel is currently A tier on YouTube, and he is exactly tied between A and D tier on Twitch. So get your votes in. They actually will matter on this one.
Yeah, they really do matter. So do dive in and vote right now. The votes are changing as we speak. So yes, do please make your vote.
Tom, man, this will probably be read long after the Be'lakor vote. True, you are. Be'lakor was at the point of being a god, since he wasn't concentrated on destroying the world. Could you argue that at that point he was a god, he wasn't actually a chaos god?
Yes, you could make that argument.
Yes.
You absolutely could make that argument, but then the stories we have of that time are all myth. So we can't be certain what actually was happening and whether he was seeking to destroy the world, but he was using the world first. So yeah, he wanted to destroy it, but he wanted to destroy it by ascending out of it as powerful, if not more powerful, than the other Chaos Gods. So it was just a stepping stone. It was never something that he wanted to last forever. It was something he intended to use. So I think, although you could make the argument is a false one, and that Be'lakor absolutely is a Chaos God.
Yeah, because there could be a story, if someone wanted to, of him being genuinely almost a heroic figure of that he got ascended and then fought against chaos because he wanted the world and didn't want it to be destroyed initially, which would be a weird story.
I'd just like to say that YouTube right at the moment it's now gone down to almost a 50-50 split between A and D. So if you've got an opinion on this vote now, because we're about to send this vote over in YouTube.
Yeah, y'all are such delightful jackasses. I adore it.
A and D.
I'm going to give y'all one more super chat. That's it. Skathen, Mordheim mentioned, summon the cult of the possessed.
Yeah, I do love a game of Mordheim. Okay, I'm going to be ending the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And poll. Oh, and it just skipped up an extra percent as I did. A has 36% on YouTube, followed by D at 35 and C at 22. So it's A, but the A-B split is only 41%, with the CD split is 57. So it's an interesting vote on YouTube. How's it over on Twitch?
So Twitch essentially went 53% D, 47% A.
Okay, so it's a right split between them, really, isn't it? So the weighting in YouTube is DC at 57 and AB at 41, pardon me. So the weighting is on the DC side, which would suggest C. And it's one win on YouTube, one win on Twitch. How about we just do a very quick CB vote then, since it's so
sure. So we will rip the extremes away from you all.
Yeah,
because you clearly can't be trusted with them. And we will force a what'd you say, a CD or BC?
BC, I think.
BC, okay.
Yeah, BC, because they're although the weighting over on YouTube is on the bottom end, there is a lot that the winner was the top end. So I think splitting between it is about
2 minutes
option.
2 minutes, vote quick.
Okay, so that's your vote up for Quethel Part 2. It's almost a Quethel vote. This time with a B or a C as to where you think it should sit in terms of the gods so far.
David Whitfield, Be'lakor to the other Chaos Gods. Do any of you have a model? No? Then I win. The one could argue if you're talking about gods, that would actually mean he would lose because he's actually playable. Though I will say his modern day mini is it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's a good model.
Raging Pacifist / my worshippers are so self-centered and don't worship me enough. Zinch, at least your followers worship you, Be'lakor. You guys have worshippers? Now, to be fair to Be'lakor, he does actually have a surprising amount of mortal worshippers. He's not forgotten by mortals. A lot of mortals worship him. Many of which through like various guises that he has, but the Dark Lord being a very popular one. The cult of the Dark Lord escaped Mordheim. It did not die in Mordheim.
Yeah, he's all over the place, Be'lakor. Quite unlike, say, for example, Quethel or Nakoho or Zuvasin, all of whom are tiny, minor little deities by comparison. Be'lakor is genuinely got his own cult going on.
Oh boy, it's Ricky Chapman.
Oh,
We remember in our Chaos Wolfrip campaign, we went Chaos Undivided, and we have gifts from every Chaos God on this list, as it should be. If you're going
As is only right and proper.
As is only right and proper. That's great.
Okay, so currently about a third of you have voted, and B has the edge. If you don't think that Queethel should be sitting in the same tier as Be'lakor, then go vote. If you think that Queethel should be in with Nakoho and Zuvasin, go vote C. So C and B, up to you.
Yep, and that is time.
Time. Okay, over on YouTube, it's B with 55%.
Twitch, it is exactly 50-50.
Okay, then B wins it just.
What is this poll? Why is Queethel B tier? What have we done wrong?
Is Queethel a B tier Chaos God from our perspective? Absolutely not. He is the tiniest of the tiny.
I would slap him down to F tier if I could.
He's a clear D tier deity, but that's not what our viewers say. Our viewers want him all the way up at a B because in many respects,
I love that's the takeaway.
It's fair. Queethel is, in many respects, what many people think that the Horned Rat is, as in a chaos-leaning Skaven. The Horned Rat is not chaos-leaning, it's Skaven-leaning. Where Queethel is chaos-leaning. Absolute annihilation of all the mortal realms. So Queethel is, I think, for those of you who voted it with Skaven in your heads, not an unsurprising vote here, because many of you will go for the Horned Rat connection. But in truth, in terms of its overall power and reach and cults, he's all the way an easy D. But I do feel that it's no surprise that he's a B.
Mm. All right.
Alrighty.
Oh boy. On to a deep cut.
We're now going full compendium now. Okay, so we had a discussion about this one because Kaka has the tiniest of mentions inside Warhammer. But when we had our little discussion beforehand as to what constituted a deity inside our pool of Chaos Gods, it was they had to be mentioned in a Warhammer product. It is. They had to be mentioned as a Chaos God. It is. So when, you know what? We'll include him. But I quite like including Kaka. Let's say them, because the gods alone know whether it's a male, female, or anything else leaning deity.
It has one sentence.
Okay, it has one. In fact, why don't I quote it? Since, I have the Citadel Compendium here. So the first Citadel Compendium was published all the way back in the early 80s. And during this time, Warhammer was in a state of flux as to exactly what it is. And it was drawing heavily from Michael Moorcock for its chaos. And no more was that the case for Kaka. To quickly describe it here, what we have is Nagaran, who is this chaos mutated harpy. And when I say chaos mutated, I mean chaos mutated. You can't quite see it in the picture that we have there. But it's a harpy with 4 arms, 2 legs, obviously, a whole bunch of wings, eye stalks all over the place. It's got a horrible stench, a gigantic crest, an evil eye, iron-hard skin, multiple heads. It's got all manner of crazy mutation rules. And it was once a harpy. So the rules for this entity is, it was once a harpy, but centuries, it's not a short-lived harpy, it's a long-lived harpy, of unspeakable deeds serving in the marauding pack of the vile chaos godling known only as Kaka. And those who are wise speak that name only in whispers, so it's more Kaka.
Yeah, you can't scream it. That's against the rules.
Kaka. Kaka. There we go. Okay, so it's a far more Kaka as a godling, have twisted her body and soul to the shapes of chaos. She now runs, gross and unrecognizable, with the other creatures of the chaos pack. So,
Manly Cupcakes, no, that's the silliest thing. We don't know what Kaka's the god of, but it's just a chaos god. It's not the god
Kaka
of harpies. It's just
is a chaos god that has a harpy in its service. It's not the god of harpies. It's just a chaos god. And this is a clean example of the many different types of chaos gods that you do find in Warhammer. Are they all powerful? No. But do they have some weird, powerful entities? Yes. Because Nagaran is a centuries-old spawn of chaos that's been wandering the realm of chaos in the north of the Warhammer world for so long and survived for a literal age, and is, bar the fact it flies surprisingly slowly, really quite powerful. Very devastating on the battlefield if you go back to the initial versions of Warhammer, where it comes from. So this is something that used to be the norm in Warhammer. Lots of weird creative things. But as it moved from being a roleplay game and a reflection of lots of different fantasy worlds into its own unique world, the Chaos Gods got replaced by the 4 great powers. And then people who wanted to create Chaos armies, just Chaos armies, were given undivided chaos. Yeah, let's go with that. And all the minor chaos gods were lost. But they came back. And even in the old world, they discussed the chaos gods far beyond just the 4 chaos powers. So this is an example of the minorest of minor chaos gods, but one that has followers that have been going for centuries. Do we have any other details? We certainly do not.
Yep, that's it. We don't know what they look like. We don't.
Nope.
Kaka the Vile. Great. That's it.
I think this is a clear A-B. Should we just make it a B-C-D? No, I'm going to leave the A-N because people do love voting A's. Are you ready for that one?
I'm ready. I'm only going to give you all 3 minutes on this one because there's really not a lot to say.
Oh, Christ.
All right. So I thought I've had. Andy has mentioned before that mortals in the material plane have free will, but in the gods don't really seem to. However, given that time doesn't exist in the ether, and so stuff that will happen has always happened, but that implies that all events are fixed. For example, if someone becomes a demon prince, then they will have always become a demon prince, so the mortal events and choices that led them to become a demon prince will always happen and can't be changed.
So there is a great deal of philosophical consideration there as to whether things are fixed. And if you go with what Tzeentch, the god of fate, suggests, it completely is. But that is, in and of itself, clearly a lie when you look at the greater world as a whole. There is no clear answer I can provide you here beyond there is definitely free will in the Warhammer world, that choice does exist, and things aren't certain, but they make novels which have ends that are certain. The Warhammer world will blow up, so it's certain. We know how it ends, so perhaps that's not the case, and Tzeentch was right all along.
Which is what the roleplay game is for. It's your only hope. Save the world.
Yeah, quite. Save the world.
Serpanza, Malal, god of dubious copyright legality. Yeah, very much.
We'll get to that, Serpanza.
Scathe, we have Malal at home. Zuvacin, or Be'lakor, or Nakoho, or a list of many other gods.
Any of the others.
Squirtle Squatty, some dollars to help replace the teeth that the orc teeth god stole. Yes, so, the tooth fairy.
So just for those of you who were following my dental woes, I have only got one tooth now that needs to be resolved. That's sitting there down at the side. And that has 6 months worth of treatment ahead because it's getting yanked and replaced with a new tooth. A fake tooth. I'm going to become a cyborg for the second time. Unfortunately, this is stupendously expensive.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for the super chats. Enormously appreciated. It will go towards the tooth fund.
Manly Cupcake. Oh, my super chat was skipped. Dan Yuzuma said, no, it wasn't. We're just so wildly far behind. We hadn't gotten to it yet, but we did get to it. It just took a while to get there. I'm so sorry.
And we did bring up the God of Harpies comment that you mentioned.
Yeah. Benjamin Frazier, Zuvacin sounds like the ideal anti-Tzeentch, the architect of fate versus the civic planning regulator of fate.
No. You can't do that. You can't do that either.
Tzeentch just trying to do things, and Zuvacin's like, well, according to the bylaws, you haven't applied for the correct form. All right, that's time.
Okay, it's an exceedingly clear D. over on YouTube, although 25% of you tried very hard to make it an A.
Twitch basically had the same thing. So our first D-God somehow has arrived.
Yeah, you know, I think this is fair. I think Queethel and Kaka should be sitting side by side here, quite clearly. But nevertheless, I think this is spot on. It's nice.
All right, before we move on to Morgar, I have an announcement.
Oh, an announcement.
Which is that this is a chaos stream, which means that it should be chaotic and it should slip out of our control as all things do with chaos. As such, I would like to very much introduce now that there is a bounty being introduced that if you think a god is in the wrong tier, for a simple, ill-advised, don't do this, but you can if you want, $100 super chats or 10,000 bits, you may move a god of your choice to any tier of your choice at any time. Thank you. Moving on.
Chaos gods. Chaos gods. Plus, that will just be dental money for me. So I'm not going to say no to that.
To Andy's dental fund.
Because holy crap. Lindsay, that's my wife, if you didn't know already, was going over the dental bill. Literally doing this. Oh, shit. Because it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Anyway, so where are we up to next? So we're on to Morgar. So this is where we begin our split, because the first bunch have been largely me waxing lyrical about them. Now we're moving into the more Sotek side of things, as we head towards Morgar, who is, contrary to what many people believe, not just a lovely beastman character, but something much, much, much worse. Indeed, he's a god of chaos. Take it away, Sotek.
Yeah, so Morgar, the shadow gave, the horrible chaos spawn that is actually significantly more and less than that simultaneously, is not only the great, horrible, big bad, to put it very bluntly, of the Beastmen that has existed for millennia, because he is truly immortal, because gods are immortal. And Morgar, in reality, is not just some physical thing. Instead, he is a god that is truly repulsive, because he basically is forcing itself into reality in the most horrible way possible, violating the decree of Assurin, violating the laws of reality, which is why, to put it very bluntly, he is so fucked up and is constantly mutating and messy and just collapsing and falling apart. Because at the end of the day, he is the god of mutation, more accurately, the god of the Beastmen, who are mutants. And whenever you kill him, basically all you are doing is you are killing the mortal puppet of a horrific entity far beyond your imagination. You're cutting off a skin cell of this being that very simply takes its intellect and forces it into an unborn infant in some poor mother's womb somewhere else on the planet, for in the old world for some reason, though we really should be appearing all over the place.
You really should be everywhere.
Yeah, and that infant is immediately possessed, taken over, and transformed by this horrible entity and unleashes hell on earth. He is ugly and awful, and is a full-on chaos god. He is part of the chaos pantheon. He has been called a chaos god since his really, really big introduction in 6th edition, and this is a god that, unlike many of the chaos gods who are seemingly a bit more patient, there is a particular madness with Morgar where Morgar cannot help but try to force himself through every possible tiny little wedge and crack that he can into mortal reality. And he does a very good job of showcasing why most gods don't try, because it doesn't work. And he destabilizes reality around him. Kind of like how we talked about where Nakoho could, if he was repitched, could theoretically be like the great stabilizer, the almost enforcer of reality, like your Knowles in 40K. Morgar is the exact opposite. He is so bad that reality, the very laws break down around him, because he's trying to break the system. He's like if you're playing a video game and there's a character that is coming from somewhere else that is breaking the game just by existing, and all he's doing is being a big glutton and trying to force himself in like a horror movie villain, and you can't stop him. All you can do is squish him and hope that you can catch him again before he makes it worse. But he always comes back. Always.
Yeah, Morgar's a fun one. This is not one of the great powers of chaos as we understand it. Instead, it's almost this great existential horror that lies in the great beyond. And it manifests into the Warhammer world again and again and again as the great mutator. Everything around it mutates and corrupts. And it is horrendous. It is impactful, and it takes time. The Wood Elves despise this thing. In fact, most species have got horrible tales of one of the manifestations of Morgar in the Warhammer world. It is not, let's be very clear here so that we consider our pitchings here. This is not Tzeentch or Khorne or Nurgle or Slaanesh, these great all-encompassing entities. This one is both more focused and horrific in some respects, and much, much, much less influential. Much less. It is, however, one thing that is worth mentioning. This is, when you strip away everything else, the god of the Beastmen and the god of the children of chaos. And they're called the children of chaos because in many respects they are the children of Morgar. And as the children of Morgar, they have a bad seed. But how bad do you think this seed is in terms of its vote? Do you think that, yes, Morgar, for all it does very little in the greater world beyond Beastmen, deserves to be held up in the top tiers along with the other great chaos powers? Or do you think Morgar deserves to be placed a little bit lower, much lower? It's entirely up to yourself, really.
Yeah, so what I'll note, because I see a couple people bringing this up in comments, is what is the big difference between Moonclaw and Morgar? So Moonclaw, as far as we know, because he's very, very new to the setting, is a purely physical creature. He has a horrible effect on the world because he seems born of Warpstone, or at least he's very heavily infused with Warpstone, because Morslib spat Moonclaw out. He's Morslib's baby, but he's a physical entity.
Yeah, Moonclaw is a thing, a mutated creature. Morgar is a little bit like Myrmidia manifesting on Earth, because the gods sometimes do, but as mortal creatures. It's a mortal manifestation of a deeper, nastier god. And Morgar is at heart actually a god itself. How big do you think this god should be? That is entirely up to you. I'm saying SEBC because it seems fair to give everyone the S choice.
I'm biased.
Cool with that? Yep, good. Okay, slap it up. Do you think that this god deserves to be beside Khorne? If so, drop it in beside S. If you think instead, though, that this god is much less influential and should be sitting around about Bellacor's level, drop it in as a B. Or alternatively, if you think this god's massively overwritten and absolutely isn't all that powerful, drop it in as a C. After all, its effects tend to be very, very local.
True.
For all, Morgar himself is desperate to go eat some gods.
Yeah, I will say, I see a lot of people asking, why doesn't he have demons if he's a god? The answer is we don't really know. It could be that he does have demons. We've just never seen them.
Because not all Chaos gods do.
Yeah, and
what you're asking therefore is why doesn't everyone follow the same template? Because gods are complicated. They don't all do the same thing. This one chooses to not manifest through demons. This one chooses to directly manifest itself through a mortal messenger as it then wanders around. So it's just different. And I think that's probably a strength, not a weakness.
Yep. Yeah, because I'll note that if I were talking about Morgar and I had the opportunity to write him, my argument would be that he's so brutally obsessed with the mortal reality that he doesn't have divine servants because he's just trying to force everything to reality, which is why he would create horrific chaos spawn. Maybe you could argue that some of the chaos spawn are just his divine servants being forced into mortal bodies around him, which is why they're so horribly fucked up, and it would make him even more of an eldritch being, which is fun. But that's headcanon. That's not actually confirmed anywhere.
Yeah, totally.
Marty Crescent. Most of the ideas of the Chaos Gods scare me. Slaanesh terrifies me. Good night. Watch the catch-up tomorrow. I think that's very reasonable.
Good night, and that's fair.
Yeah. Ricky Chapman. For Zuvasid's gift, they gave us an arm that was almost completely useless, spoiling the expectation of something useful. That's super funny. That is a
hey, Ricky, that makes me laugh. Okay, so currently about a third of you voted, and at the moment, A is dominating the vote over in YouTube.
Get your votes in! Get your votes in! Shadishian, not what I expected tonight. Only saw part of the title, and I came to see you stream Lorebeards. Let's make a Chaos God, maybe next time. So we have made a god, and that stream actually turned out super fun. There's also some, you'd have to look for it. I probably need to put like a gallery somewhere, but someone made a beautiful piece of fan art about the god that ended up being created on that stream, and it was phenomenal. But we made like a big god of the steppes, of the Eastern Steppes, which was really, really fun. One day we might make a random Chaos God. We'll see. Nikki Chapman, Nakoho appropriately gifted us nothing, as he should. He doesn't believe in gifts. No, that's why no one invites him to parties anymore. He shows up and he's like, I don't believe in gift giving.
I would have been tempting to have Nakoho take away one of your gifts, because
that would have. Yeah. He removes them instead. Yeah.
Yeah. What? Well, but my cool extra arm that did nothing.
Yeah. David Whitfield, Nakoho, I don't believe in your list. I deny it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Scion, whenever Andy hits the needed threshold for the Balthazar Gelt stream, you need to have Pancreas on as well. We have to see the clash between Gelt's greatest hater and Gelt's strongest soldier. I think they're what I would. Guy. Yeah. He means Gelt, not Pancreas.
Yeah, not Pancreas. He's great.
Yeah. What I would do probably instead of that, though a similar idea that might be fun one day for just a really stupid Wednesday stream, is we might bring on him to maybe do a stream of like each of us talks about our most hated characters, and we have like a hate bash stream, which could be very funny. But maybe for a future day. Manly Cupcakes, Andy convinced me to co-host followers of the Knolls of Fantasy. Now that's powerful.
Yeah, damn straight, Manly Cupcakes. I think that would be super cool. And if I was repitching Nakoho, it's probably how I would write it, and it would be pretty terrifying.
Just checking time. Okay, we got time for one more. Darius Rose, how would his son Orion fare? I'd imagine he'd be Orion from DC Comics. I imagine he'd be Tyrion or Anarian, but more destructive / unstable. Another hubby I could fix, like Tyrion and Anarian. Well, beyond building your council of husbandos, which, good for you, I don't know super well. I actually don't know Orion that well, other than he rides on that funny little flying scooter thing that shoots beams when he hits the thumb buttons. I don't actually know that much about him. So I unfortunately, I don't think I can answer that really well for you, other than he would I know he's a good guy. So he'd probably be running around helping people and punching bad guys, but I don't know a lot of specifics, unfortunately.
Alrighty, our poll over on YouTube gives us a clear A at 42%, followed by S, then B, then C.
And Twitch is overwhelmingly A. Like
A, then it is.
A, it is. So our first A rank god has appeared. With
so
Morgor the Shadow.
I think Morgor the Shadow Gave is an A. Nope, I think it's a B.
I
love him, but I think he's a B.
Yeah, I'm very doing my absolute best to remove myself from the rest of myself. Would agree that he's B, only to then be beaten to death by the rest of me that says, "How dare you? He's S tier. Take it back right now."
That's not unfair. So yeah, I think my objective brain says B, but I really like Morgor.
Yeah, Morgor's I love, he's the God Eater. Yeah. How can you not love him?
Yeah, totally. He's well awesome. Alrighty. Are we ready to move on to our first different Chaos God before we hit the big four? And I would argue this is the first clear modern day Chaos God, and I am differentiating Morgor from that because Morgor is he a Chaos God? I mean, is he really? When you read a lot of his background, and the answer is yes, he absolutely is, and Age of Sigmar runs with that. But Hashut is absolutely, undeniably a Chaos God. This isn't like the Horned Rat, who is, the Skaven God and does bad stuff. This is Chaos dwarves worship a chaos god called Hashut. and he has been variously named from minor chaos god to lesser chaos god to chaos godling to just chaos god, depending upon which source you read. So passing over to Sotek, how would you give a shot?
Hashit, if you're a Lorebeards stan and you've been here for a good majority of our episodes, you should know him very intimately. We talked about him a lot just this past Sunday for the Astrogoth Ironhand stream, who of course is his resident high priest. But we've also done a stream that basically revolved entirely around him when we talked about Mingozar Nagrund, because the city is very highly tied into him for obvious reasons. Hashit is the god of tyranny and greed. He's a very interesting god because he has a very material component of that. He cares a lot of what's happening with very material concerns of like domination, taking of resources, conquering space, which the other gods do as well. But he's almost more of like a nation builder, whereas the big four tend to almost kind of feel like they're just stumbling around, just flailing at anything that gets close to them. Hashit seems to have more of a sense of direction and purpose. And one of the reasons for this is that Hashit, very uniquely amongst this little group, which has been confirmed in very recent publications, but me and Andy talked about it first. We were there first.
We were.
Is that Hashit is not just any god. He was once an ancestor god of the dwarfs that fell to chaos and ascended into something much, much worse.
Yes. I love Hashut, always have done. I've loved the imagery of Porsche Hashut. And I loved that this remnant of old Warhammer was brought by Rick Priestley kicking and screaming into modern Warhammer. And although the White Dwarf Presents Army List that was all the way back for an early edition of Warhammer in the 90s is hardly modern Warhammer, it really was, because 4th edition Warhammer Fantasy Battle rejigged everything. And Chaos at this point was very much the 4 great powers of Chaos. And then along came Hashut. That idea that there was multiple powers of Chaos, and YouTube has just crashed on me, so my poll I was about to post has vanished, so I'll just bring it back up again. And the idea of the minor Chaos powers, or basically powers of Chaos that weren't the Great Four, was ingrained into the setting and never left again. So we have a lot to be thankful for when it comes to Hashut. But where does that mean that Hashut sits? Hashut is very much a Chaos Dwarf god. A Chaos Dwarf god that is using the great industry of the Chaos Dwarves to bring about the end of the world as they understand it, and to elevate the Chaos Dwarves out of the material realm into the immaterial, because they are looking to effectively end the mortal realms and bring about the realm of the gods, the realm of chaos instead, as the foundation point. Remember, destroying everything does not mean destroying the gods. It means destroying the mortal realms. And that is what Hashut is all about.
Yeah, and I'll note that it probably wasn't the intent when he was originally written, but in the modern era that we live in the real world, with everything going on with global warming and stuff, Hashut is really scary and is very existential as a threat to the Warhammer world, because he's a god of harvesting and polluting everything, and he's really good at it. And you read it down and you go, I don't like how relatable this is.
Yeah, it was relatable back then as well, let's be honest. This was the almost underpinning message that the Chaos Dwarves were offering, particularly when you look at the environmental hell and the acid rain that was spreading around during the 80s and into the 90s. So Hashut, the Chaos Dwarf god, where do you think he sits? Do you think he sits S tier, up with the greatest of the Chaos gods? Do you think he sits in around about the area of A, Morgor, the god of beastmen, and effectively Hashut, the god of Chaos Dwarves? Do you think he sits there? Do you think he's more like a B, as in he's marginalized off to the side and seems far more interested in industry than he does with doing what Chaos gods should be doing, which is bringing everything apart? It's entirely up to you. Yeah,
it's true gift is the microplastics in our bodies. Oh yeah, great. I love Hashut.
That's the vote up alive. SABC, what would you prefer Hashut be?
Yeah. All right. Polls up. Go vote. Go vote. Go vote. Go vote. Lugan, my potentially controversial opinion, Be'lakor is in fact the god of chaos undivided and the great beast. This is why the big four fear him. He's ultimately the sum of their parts.
So, Lugan, I don't disagree that this is a very clean and I don't think an appropriate reading. And if you were going to update the Great Beast, this wouldn't be a bad idea. Wouldn't be the only idea, but it's definitely one that you could take. And I could certainly see Be'lakor trying to claim that was the case, whether it was or not.
Yeah, I would see that being a something that Be'lakor would definitely slip. Be'lakor has, through manipulation and possession, authored a lot of books within the setting, like books of prophecy and divine revelations and stuff. I could definitely see that being one of the core ideas in one of the books that he manipulated into existence.
And there's that general story that all of the Everchosen are his kids as well. So he has been influential in ways that it's very difficult to understand.
Yep. Nis Krautis. Are there examples of demons ascending to godhood? Because I was playing something like that for Gideon at the end of my Within campaign. Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, you absolutely can do that. In fact, the very concepts as it's laid out inside the original Realms of Chaos books, where you create greater demons and then you create some that turn into patrons, is that idea. Demons that become bigger over time. So yeah, absolutely.
Ricky Chapman, Queethel Grizzleguts gifted us a demon mount of the Fire Runner named Shek Pokol. And yes, we'll mention the gifts from each of the gods we got. Cool. We love hearing about it.
Yeah, it makes me smile every time I hear one.
Mini Cupcake. What if Queethel is the only chaos gods and the others are all just his aspects? Hey man,
cupcakes.
Yeah, when you got an idea you gotta sell, you sell it.
Totally. So in between our super chats there at the moment, S is in the lead. So if you think Hashat shouldn't be S along with the great chaos powers, you're gonna have to vote now. But if you think that he should be up there with the rest of them, you're gonna have to vote to support. But at the moment, S is clearly in the lead over on YouTube.
Bobfoot78. I voted B as an insult to Be'lakor.
B for Be'lakor.
Good. Very cool. Donoman, to quote I know you meant 2000s, but I love the idea that it's just a 200 sci-fi comedy film.
Evolution cripes.
Kaka, tuki tuki kaka. Oh gosh, that's Wayne. I think we've established that kaka and tuki tuki don't work. What? And that's a callback. I don't like how long ago the early 2000s was. Peter Osborne, most chaotic tier list. Let chaos reign. Yep. Raging Pacifist, would the elf gods litigate the chaos gods' court cases, or is there some other arbitration god that would take care of it?
So Azurin is the judge. That's the divine creator of the Warhammer world, if you believe the elves. And he is the judge. Indeed, his face mask, sinuously cut in two, is white on one side, black on the other, showing that he impartially sits above all the other gods. And yes, that's a yin-yang symbol for those of you who go, wait a minute, what? Is that just a yin-yang symbol? Yes, it is. And Azurin is, in many respects, the divine judge. He would take this. Now, you could argue that Azurin, as the divine creator of all, would have originally litigated these sort of cases back before chaos gods were a thing, as in they were just gods over in the aether, in the divine realm. And then some of them rebelled, and Azurin, presumably, eventually kicks them all out of the Warhammer world, because he knows that he does do that with the gods. We know that Azurin says no god is allowed to walk the world again. Doesn't stop some trying, but at least that's the plan. So very possibly Azurin is the one you're looking for here.
Yeah, because the closest thing in the setting, there's not an entity ruling over that we know of, but there's this place within the realm of chaos called the Court of the Covenant, which is where the dark gods meet to, supposedly, where they gather up to basically litigate, argue with one another, because it's a neutral space. It's an enforced neutral space where they talk to one another, and there's quotes about how they talk to each other and all this stuff. Now, granted, it's likely much more weird and not understandable by mortals than it's presented in the books, because it's mentioned in the Demons of Chaos book. But that would be the closest thing they have to a courtroom. But you could argue that maybe that was the place where all gods used to gather before the great falling out that was the coming of chaos. Who could say? Donoman, I vote we move Be'lakor to S tier and then down to D at the end of the stream to represent his ascension and fall. Now, what I'll note is that's a very funny and accurate idea to enforce a movement, though I might do that anyway at some point because that is very funny. So thank you for the 10,000 bits. It is 100,000 bits in order to force a movement. But that is funny enough that I might end up doing that anyway at the end of the stream. And then the last one I'm going to grab real quick before we call it, Sign of the Emperor. In 40k at least, it's soft confirmed that in the end of the death, that chaos is outside of time and that the gods and demons of chaos will always exist. It's just how they come to be that is in question and constantly in flux.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know for certain when Slaanesh comes into existence, the rest are variably dropped by various authors at various points, and often tied to humanity because people can't help themselves. But Tzeentch is the one that, if you want to really say, hasn't been brought actually into life much, is the prime candidate for it because the multi-headed god of uncertainty.
Yep. Yeah, I did say 10K. That's why I just said it again. Yeah, it's 10K, not 1K. Okay, time. That's time.
Time. So over on YouTube, end poll, S is in the lead with 47%, followed by A.
So on Twitch, S also got 47%, but A got 53%.
Oh, so we're sort of split between the two of them. Okay, so 53.
Oh.
So did you say 46, 53?
Yeah, sorry, I did mean 10K. Yeah, the equivalent of $100. So it'd be the same on YouTube and Twitch. My bad. Yes, 10K, not
100K. $1,000.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, no. So, that's really split between S and A really tightly there. So if I'm adding it up, the weighting is more we're under S than over, but it's still pretty heavy on S. But it's pretty heavy in A as well. Maybe a second vote in SA.
Yeah,
very
okay.
quickly.
Let's do a sudden death. Just a 2-minute sudden death.
Yeah, that sounds good. Although I just tried to start a Q&A by mistake.
Actually, funny enough, I'm not gonna do one for Twitch because Twitch only voted S and A, so they don't need a sudden death because they already fulfilled theirs.
Oh, but you kind of need it again, though.
Sure, I'll let them go again. Why not?
It'd be unfair to not let the poor Twitch folks get their votes.
If you do the exact same thing again, I would genuinely find that very funny.
So if you think Morgur deserves to be up with, not Morgur, I put Morgur instead of Hashut. Let me just cancel that vote. I'm just making a new vote. No, I'm doing a new vote because I did the wrong things. Start poll.
See, that's how sinister Morgur is. He just inserts himself into the situation.
That didn't happen. Gosh darn it. Okay, so yeah, Morgur won that poll. So moving back, if you think Hashut deserves to be up with the big boys, put your vote in now as to whether that's an S or an A.
Sign of the Emperor. For example, Conrad Kurz, Horus, and the Emperor all could have ascended into the Dark King. None ended up doing so during the heresy, and while his birth was delayed, it was ultimately not prevented. The demon Samus is all but stated to be a demon of the Dark King.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of timey-wimey stuff is just standard for Games Workshop's manipulation of their demons within the Aether. It fits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then once more from Sion. And it's all but confirmed that, just like Samus, demons of Slaanesh started manifesting in the final days of the Eldar Empire to help herald in and usher Slaanesh's birth as the fourth Chaos God.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's largely confirmed in a variety of similar ways that the first demons that arrived in the Warhammer world weren't aligned to any of the Chaos Gods. And it was the Chaos Gods themselves, as they were manifesting and reforming, that started to change them over the course of time. It's a thing.
Yeah, I think it's always good to have it super messy because then I'm thinking from like a writing and role playing standpoint of that. I think one thing you'd always want to avoid is having a very clear like, oh, this is what caused the creation of this god, so it can very easily be prevented. Where I very much like the idea that no matter what you do, it's going to happen. The only thing you can change is how it happened.
Yeah, Yeah. Okay, so we're about to end the vote after this next super chat. So if you've got a vote you want in, ooh, it's really close.
Rick Chapman, we already mentioned what we got from Morgar in history. Very true, you did.
Yes, you did. And amending the vote right now since that super chat came off, and we have 52%. Oh, it's super close.
Twitch, it's 50-50 again.
There's 50, so it's just A and no more. So for me, that means Hashut sits just above Morgar.
I would agree.
And you know what? That seems not too fair, although not too unfair given where Morgar is. Although in my world, Hashut might be down in a B.
Yeah, I think I would.
I might even put Hashut. I don't know. I might even put him behind Morgar.
Yeah, I think in my heart, I would put him at the very bottom of A tier.
I put him in B along with Morgar. So I'd have them exactly where the vote is supposed to put them, beside each other, but I'd probably have both in the B tier.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
right.
I would suggest. Yeah,
The
cool.
time has come.
The big four! Ah! Right, so we've done our minor powers of chaos, or powers of chaos that don't manifest in the way that you might expect. Now we're hitting the big four. These 4 powers of chaos are absolutely synonymous with Games Workshop setting.
Pre-talk. We don't live in world, Andy.
So true. Our 4 great chaos powers. Now, these great chaos powers are sort of ranked already. But that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to just relitigate what Games Workshop have already said in various books, where Khorne is at the top and Slaanesh, the prince, or the she who thirsts, is right down at the bottom of the Great Four. These are your votes on what you think of each. Now, if you don't know the Chaos Powers already, I'll be a bit surprised if you're watching us, but you're about to get yourself a quick rundown of each. And we're going to start off with what is traditionally one of the most powerful Chaos Powers of all. Only one really trumps this one, and it's Nurgle.
Yeah, so of course, as you all know and love him, the patron god of Lorebeards, unfortunately. Nurgle is the great, terrible god of disease, rot, and life. A lot of people like to think Nurgle is a god of death, and he's not. He really isn't. And I've actually seen a writer accidentally do that once, and that was an oopsie. He is very much a god of life. He is a god of life never ending, a god of stagnation. And that's something that could be a little tricky for people to realize, because when you look at him, he kind of seems like he almost gives a confusion of something that's always changing, something that's always evolving. But it's not. In reality, it's a never-ending, self-consuming cycle of just life proliferating endlessly. And it's not actually changing. It's stuck in a cycle with no escape, with no end. It is the worst kind of eternity.
Despair. For Nurgle is here.
Yeah, Nurgle is very much the god of despair. That is kind of his core emotional tenet. And a lot of people look at that and go, oh, well, why is he so jolly and stuff? And it's because Nurgle finds comfort in and encourages you to find joy and comfort in the fact that there's no point to anything. There's no point in moving. There's no point in resisting. You should simply languish, and misery does love company, doesn't it? And that's Nurgle in a nutshell. He is the great family that welcomes all to his bosom because he wants you to never escape, to never move, and to just sit there and languish. But
yeah,
it's comfortable being in a suffering you're familiar with, right? Why risk changing anything when you know what you have can last forever? He's really fucking scary. He's really scary.
Nurgle, the god of disease and despair, the big D's, but I don't think that the big D is going to be coming out as a D here, and yes, I am doing that on purpose. Nurgle is often portrayed as happy and jolly, but could hardly be further from the case. But in many respects, that's how it tempts you in, because of the great fear of death, the great fear of change, the great fear of one thing becoming something different that you don't understand. And thus Nurgle slips in through your soul, but also slips in through your great fear of the greatest tools that Nurgle uses: disease, that unnatural life that goes into terrible places and leaves you a festering, horrific, pain-filled eternity of horror. That is Nurgle. Body horror-tastic. But Nurgle is not a great fan, as Sotek says, of things becoming something different. And in many respects, you can see why Nurgle wants to see the end of the world, where everything is fixed in a weird set of chain of events that it can't control, and the cause and effect of reality always comes to ends. And Nurgle represents an eternity of horror. And you don't get that in the material realm. The material realm stands against everything that Nurgle stands for. And yeah, he's going to pull it apart at its very seams by any means possible. And that even means allying with the god of change and fate himself, Tzeentch.
All right. 5 minutes. We're starting the poll.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you caught that comment too.
God of big bouncy knees.
Hilarious.
Let's see. Ricky Chapman. Kaka gifted us coating of poisoned feathers. Ka was a god of wind, harpies, and screaming madness in our campaign. I think that's a fun interpretation. God of wind and screaming madness. That's a good time. Ricky Chapman. Hashit's gift was our chaos armor, which helped us with not going full chaos spawn. The armor even regenerated when pieces of it were blown off.
Nice.
Very good. Solid.
Like that.
Scion, I know Sotek dislikes the Horus Heresy, but I genuinely recommend reading the End of the Death trilogy because no other books have gotten into the metaphysics of chaos like they have before or since. I think the Libra Chaotica would disagree with the before comment, but sure. Peter Osborne, in the Cathay books, we learned the Chaos Gods whispered to powerful beings. Maybe they spoke to Hashut, and Grimnir knew and didn't stop Hashut from opening a first smaller gate, which gave them all an in.
So I think that there is something to this, Peter. There is a story now that has yet to be told, and the story is of the ancestor god that falls to chaos and invites them into the glittering realm. There is a great betrayal that has yet to be written about. And Hashut, or whatever Hashut was originally called, and now calls itself Hashut, is at the very heart of this. We know that Grimnir stands over a portal into the Chaos Realms, holding it against everything that could pour through. And that portal lies deep within the mountains. So clearly that could be Hashut's origin point or something tied to that. I don't think that's bad. I think that, in fact, it makes sense. There's a great myth that's waiting to be told there.
Level cells. Now I see Hashut as Tim Curry from Ferngully, the very sexy version of Hashut. Tim Curry killed that role. If you've never seen Ferngully, you should. It's a very fun movie. Great. Diamond 95. Did the Chaos Gods walk the world like the other gods pre-Cataclysm? Nothing I've read or heard you discuss suggests they did, not counting pre-Chaos Hashut.
So the answer to this is uncertain. It seems to be no. And the reason for that is that they were requiring mortal and immortal proxies to wage the war for them. For example, Be'lakor, who was pretty much imbued with all of their power so that he could take over the world. But equally, you could claim that they were walking the world at the very beginning and then were banned, and Be'lakor was the result because they could no longer do what they wanted to do directly. There's lots of different interpretations you could have, but it has not been hard-coded into the setting because the Cataclysm and what happened then and the War of the Gods and the War of Heaven is so barely written, is so minusculely written that it's not there. But I can say for certain that there is one source that says they did. Absolutely did. The Tome of Salvation. And it says it in chapter 1, where it's got a lovely story from the elves, where it claims that the Chaos Gods were marching up the pyramid of Azurin. Almost lost the name there. Azurin. Marching up, and Azurin reincarnates after Azurin's already been killed, reincarnates and strides down and murders most of the Chaos Gods except for the big 4. So there is sources in the setting that do it. I know that one because I wrote it. So it definitely is in there. But if you look at the wider Warhammer lore from the army lists, it's not really covered.
Yeah, what I would say is that go check out our Brass Citadel stream, where we talk a lot about what Khorne could be. About like, what were the Chaos Gods before the Cataclysm? Were they always the Chaos Gods, or were they something else and then they became the Chaos Gods due to some argument or truth being revealed or fight or whatever? The real, hopefully GW will never get super into it because I think it's better left as a mystery that you can kind of fill in your own gaps. But the etheric or god aspects of what was going on in the world before the Cataclysm are very mysterious.
And they are very unique to Warhammer because they don't match 40k. And people try to make them match, and it makes the Warhammer world weaker when they do.
Yeah, Jake, I'm going to say this. This is controversial based on, like, I know White Dwarf magazines and stuff, but Games Workshop could fuck all the way off with the Fall of the Eldar creating Slaanesh and fantasy bullshit. Now, maybe it happened at the same time within an etheric echo, but fantasy should have its own origin story for the Chaos Gods.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. Yeah, totally.
Rypath or Ripath. I like to think that whenever a demon wants to deny responsibility, they just say Be'lakor did it. He's too proud to deny it. Every demon gives the side eye whenever someone says Be'lakor does anything.
It was Be'lakor.
Yeah,
Okay.
Actually, Ripath, what I'll say is there's a recent movie on Netflix. Oh god, I can't remember what it's called. It's about like the Norse gods, like Loki and Thor and everything. It's an animated movie that came out not too long ago. And it has a whole thing about Loki, where Loki is like, oh, the horrible trickster and everything. And basically the movie runs with the idea that Loki didn't actually do a lot of the things that he's blamed for. Instead, he's a scapegoat. He's a scapegoat god, where a lot of things are blamed on him for the sake of convenience. And you could do something really fun with Be'lakor being similar. Which I like because it makes Be'lakor messier. Also,
before I end the poll, I just want to bring up this comment because it's a commonly dropped comment and I think is a mistake. Adi Sotek, is Stromfels or any of the likely Fishman Eldritch horror gods related to chaos in some way? Stromfels specifically seems to mutate and change people. Just because you mutate and change doesn't mean you're chaos. Mutation is not the sole property of chaos. The only thing we can say for certain that they've tried to do is what they did. Destroy the world. Stromfels has no real interest in that. Stromfels has his own province. He's not a chaos god. He is what is generally described as an evil god, like Cain is an evil god.
Yeah, Stromfels falls more under like destruction in the sense that he's a force of destruction, like storms and monsters and stuff. But he's not. He's more of the world as opposed to ending it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm going to end the poll over on YouTube.
Yes, Twilight of the Gods. Twilight of the Gods.
Deep Twilight of the Gods. Yeah, I've watched that. It was fun. Deeply. Yes, I wasn't sure if that's what you're referencing.
Yes, it was.
It was a series, not a movie.
Oh well, I haven't watched it yet. I don't know.
You should go watch it. It's actually surprisingly fun, although it is Zack Snyder. So it's a mighty S at 64%.
Twitch was 75.
Yeah, so that's a clear S. Do I think Nurgle is S tier? Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I will say I have always been very staunchly of the opinion that I would never want to be in the Warhammer world, because if I was, Nurgle would get me so fast because I would be so scared. I would be so fucking scared.
Yeah, Nurgle's terrifying. And Nurgle and the unending, droning march of Nurgle's demons towards the inevitability of its perpetual eternal hells is not just terrifying in terms of everything it represents, but also uniquely Siren Song-esque in short-lived species like humanity, who will constantly be falling. So none of the evil gods are chaos gods.
Yeah, the chaos gods are a completely separate kettle of fish.
Yeah, totally. A chaos god can be evil, but a chaos god doesn't necessarily per se have to be always evil. But at heart, because it wishes to destroy the world, wipe it out entirely, and the world is fixed. The world has got laws of nature that don't exist in the aether, which is flux, which is why mutation is so ripe.
Nurgle to D tier as Zeech just throws his ass all the way down. So falls Nurgle the Mighty to the Architect of Fate.
My teeth, thank you.
So
screw Nurgle. Fuck that guy and everything he's been doing to me for the last couple of years. Absolutely hilarious.
All according to plan.
Oh, fucking hell. Fucking hilarious. Okay, so while we're considering that, we're about to hit the next of our big four. That was fucking hilarious. As we move into the Prince of Pleasure, she who thirsts, Slaanesh. Arguably, if we go with the standard lore, the least powerful of the Chaos Gods, because she, he, it is the youngest by far, the one that most recently awoke, or if you want to take a different writing, someone who very much recently converted to Chaos. There's different routes that we could take for this. And holy shit, I just saw that.
No, wait.
We'll get that in just a second. Fuck me, Brock. So we've got ourselves the young prince, the upstart of the great four of chaos, one who has carved out a position, but of all the chaos gods is arguably the one that enjoys the pleasures and excesses of the material realm in a way that the other chaos gods just simply don't.
Yeah, and Brock coming and saying, and Zuvison climbs up to S going, oh, well, if you're not going to sit there, I'll just take your seat.
Brock.
Okay, things are starting to get a little unhinged. We deeply appreciate the support. So oh my gosh. Slaanesh, as Zuvison takes advantage of Zeech's distraction to climb into Nurgle's seat. Slaanesh is very much a perverse god, but not perverse in just a sexual sense, but perverse as in it's all encroaching. Slaanesh is always noted as having almost a prophetic undertone of that one day she, he, it will become the most powerful. That one day they will inherit as the great lord among all of the gods. They will become a king instead of being, or a queen, or a whatever, instead of being a mere prince. Of that, Slaanesh as this concept of excess has a almost deeper truth that is very frightening to those that are invested into the study of chaos, of that the more powerful chaos becomes, Slaanesh gains the most ground the quickest. And Slaanesh is all over the place. Slaanesh, of course, is one of the something that makes Slaanesh quite unique in a really fun way is that Slaanesh has a particular antagonism for a race in the Warhammer world, where Slaanesh is obsessed with the elves. And despite the fact of being the quote-unquote weakest, Slaanesh has somehow managed to fight off the other gods and demand that all elf souls come to her. And she succeeded.
Yeah, Slaanesh is a fun one. Slaanesh is the god of excess, the prince of pleasure, the entirely sensate, experience-based god. And this god takes everything far, far too far. And this is a god that is very popular amongst those who have too much time on their hands. This is a god that is, in the Warhammer world, particularly prevalent amongst the nobility. In the same way that Nurgle is particularly prevalent amongst the lower classes where disease spreads and despair is common. Up in the top ruling class, It is very much Slaanesh who holds root. And this is a god that goes places. But it's also a god that, in the greater scheme of Chaos gods, is the one that is least attached to the core Chaos ethic that we know. For all we know, they're fighting at the top of the world, and Chaos cults are doing crazy Slaanesh things all over the place. All too often, the Slaanesh cults don't do the core job of Chaos, which is ultimately entropy and bringing about the end of the world. They're too busy trying out new stuff that they are interested in, going to great excesses with it. And they get lost in that, much like elves themselves. There's a reason that elves are so attached, shall we say, to Slaanesh. And Slaanesh is very much attracted to the elves. Their core emotional existence goes to such extremes that Slaanesh is drawn to them. It's not just that Slaanesh has fought the others off. Slaanesh is there. It's just simply there. When the elven souls come out, Slaanesh is already there, just waiting to sup down on them, because that is the nature of the realm of the gods and the realm of chaos. But what we have to discuss here is, where do they sit in the great tier list? Pardon me. Is Slaanesh a great S tier, S for Slaanesh right at the top, or is it a big double D at the bottom? That's entirely up to you, although I don't think we're going to offer it as a D. It's going to be an S, E, B, or C. The Prince of Pleasure, She Who Thirsts. Where does Slaanesh sit for you? This is the most tempting, in some respects, of the Chaos gods, and the one that has the most arguably influential Chaos cults. It's just their Chaos cults, for all the influence they could wield, tend not to use it. Unlike, say, for example, cults of Tzeentch, who absolutely do. So, are we good for a cut poll?
I think we are. Fire it off.
I would just like to say here, with Emma's comment, no, Emma, not the god of sex. That's Raya, goddess of fertility. That's Isha, goddess of life, not the god of sex at all. A god of excess, taking sex to extremes of pain and pleasure that is significantly unacceptable to the vast majority of the population, and certainly not simply for sex's sake, often for completely other things. Slaanesh is not the god of sex, it's the god of experience, and often that involves what many people would call sex, and many other people would say, you call that sex, there's something wrong with you.
yeah. The biggest thing about Slaanesh that often falls, I think, into misunderstanding is that it's because sex is, especially from our world's view, is seen as something that is like very taboo, and like, oh, you're not supposed to talk about that. Oh, that's spooky. Slaanesh kind of gets wrapped in with it, even though Slaanesh doesn't give a shit about sex. Other than it's an experience through which pleasure and pain tends to be very highly experienced. Therefore, Slaanesh cares. But sex in and of itself is nothing to Slaanesh.
Yeah, the extremes of an orgasm feel like the great excess everyone should be aware of, but that's in fact, arguably, it's much less of a sensation than having a knife very slowly plunged through your body. The extreme of pain there is quite extraordinary, and far more so than the rather paltry existence of an orgasm. So, yeah, the pain is at the height of sensation. An orgasm is dull. It just doesn't interest Slaanesh at all. Sex doesn't either, but the indulgence that comes with it and the fact it can be used to tempt is a core component of how Slaanesh cults often work.
Yeah, that's why Slaanesh loves things like music, food, and art. It's not because Slaanesh actually gives us a shit about those things. It's because they invoke powerful sensation in people.
Yeah, totally. And especially obsession. And obsession is a core trait of Slaanesh. So do keep that in mind. Just going to bring this one up here from Man Like Pegasus. Have I met Clive Barker? Sadly, no. I really wish I had met Clive Barker. I have read pretty much every single book he has written, because I was a big Clive Barker fan when I was a kid.
Super Arlock, my headcanon for Slaanesh and Warhammer 40k is that they fell to chaos in Warhammer Fantasy, but just didn't exist in 40k. And the birth of Slaanesh was actually Slaanesh becoming powerful enough to rip into the warp, and the degeneration of the Eldar Empire was just the effects of their growing influence over the warp. There's a fun little counter theory.
Yeah, and I think that's not a bad counter theory either. The Warhammer world could easily be defined as the birth point of all the Chaos Gods, if you wished. It would certainly make sense within the cosmology that's been created for Warhammer, but that denies the cosmology of 40k, and that I think is equally wrong. I think that a bridge between the two is not hard to make. You just need to, think around it a little bit.
Chapman, Nurgle's gift was mouths all over our bodies, discharging flies and clear fluids. Gross.
I mean, clear. Ugh. Oh, sure, Ricky.
Yeah, that's if anything, that's more alarming for some reason. Biofoot 78, Nurgle, God. Oh yeah, I did that one. I guess I wanted to see it again.
Big bouncy D's.
Sabrolic, sorry about the duplication. I'm unfamiliar with Twitch. No, you're fine. Oh, thank you for the extra bits.
Oh, thank you very much, Sabrolic. Appreciated.
Donoman, I had an idea for a Nurgle champion who lived in the Citadel, hidden deep beneath a swamp with weird dark mud. However, the mud wasn't actually mud. It was just made of trillions of tiny black worms. To enter the Citadel, you simply had to lay down and accept your fate as the worms invade your every orifice, including your eyes, at which point you would emerge on the other side unharmed, though not unchanged. Yeah, that sounds on par. That sounds about right.
Yeah,
actually,
thanks for that. That's now stuck in my head. Love it.
That's not terribly dissimilar how Tarmakon goes to meet the great hag demon of Nurgle in the place north of Kadath, in the north of Kadath.
You made me forget it too by bringing it up.
I can't remember if it's the sunken sewers. There's the
no, it's not sunken sewers. It's something else.
Yeah, it's a tree. There's a big tree up there.
Yeah, it's the big tree of
the tree of someone in chat will remember. Ted, while Khorne is my favorite, I'm of the mind that Nurgle is the Chaos God who was the first to gestate in the ether but fully manifest after Khorne. After all, if Nurgle is stagnant life, he should have been there from the beginning.
Yeah, to a degree. Although
the Gallows Tree, thank you. Yes,
Gallows Tree. That's it. Thank you, Lord Eisen. Yeah, to a degree, I think there's something in that. And if you go with the 40k standards tales and the Realm of Chaos books, that wouldn't be a bad take, I think.
Yeah. Because, funny enough, for anyone that doesn't know, that ages, as far as like how old they are, as far as their emergence, 40k and Fantasy are actually slightly different. Because in 40k, it goes Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh. But in Fantasy, it goes Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh. So Nurgle and Tzeentch flip.
Yeah.
Which is just fun. David, entropy is a measure of randomness in the universe. The world with low entropy is ordered, while a world with high entropy is Nurgle's garden.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
although not. I mean, it's the path to... I want to go off on one on this one.
Make it quick.
We don't have time. But we don't have time. Given the hour that we're at already, and we've still got a few to go. So what I will say is there is a great philosophical debate there that I think is worth having.
Yeah. Watchdog 3079. What is the funniest bit of propaganda for any faction in the universe?
That's a big question that I have not thought about. So I'm not sure what the answer would be off the top of my head. That Sigmar is at all anything more than just a local deity.
You think that's the funniest bit of propaganda?
I mean, it's funny given what Age of Sigmar became.
That's fair. I think for me, probably one that I find genuinely sort of funny is that so many greenskins, like the Night Goblins, a lot of orcs and stuff, they just believe that the sun is just a raging asshole. Like it's just a big douchebag that's burning them and scorching them because it's just mean. They're like, greenskins don't generally have a concept of good and evil, but they go out of their way to call it the evil sun, which I find very funny. That they're just like, fuck that thing, it's a jerk. It's just mean. It's just mean. Darius Rose, well, D tier for depression, so fine. Yeah, Nurgle fans all sad in chat.
Okay, so while you're dealing with your D tier for depression, let's have a quick check at where Slaanesh is landing.
Yeah, it's actually time.
Yeah, it's a super clear S over on YouTube.
As it is
61%.
As it is on Twitch. I will wager that Slaanesh should probably go above Zufison.
So I disagree.
You disagree?
I think that Slaanesh should be A tier. Slaanesh is not the most powerful of the Great Four. And unless you're putting all of them as S tier and then just proliferating all the rest down below, I think S and A should be kept for the big fours and specials. And for me, Slaanesh is almost certainly A, and not because Slaanesh is less cool or anything similar, because Slaanesh is a bad chaos god. Often the cults of Slaanesh are just the worst. And they're not the worst in a rubbish way. I mean, they're the worst in that they're not doing what chaos cults should be doing. Slaanesh stuff is often completely lost in their excess, that they're doing a great deal of benefit for building cults of Slaanesh, but they're not doing a great deal of benefit for doing what they're meant to be doing.
I concur, because for me, one of the moments at the end times that I actually liked, that was actually a bit controversial, is that I liked that when the big final battle happened, the big finale, and all the Chaos Gods sent a big, terrible, horrible demon as a representative, Slaanesh deliberately sent its weakest, most inept greater demon, because Slaanesh was secretly hoping that Chaos would lose.
Yeah, there's a reason Slaanesh is pitched as the weakest chaos power, and it's not because Slaanesh is necessarily the weakest chaos power. It's because Slaanesh has the weakest, let's say, argument for the raison d'etre of chaos. They are often standing against it. Slaanesh stands for experience, and the mortal realms is where experience is at its sharpest. Where the immortal realms is where experience is at its more dreamlike, most emotional, most deep, but it's not sharp. And the mortal realm provides Slaanesh with something that Slaanesh wants. So makes for arguably a poor chaos god. And I rather like that. I think it makes for great stories because it really pitches Slaanesh against the rest of them.
No, it's not Nakari, as funny as that is. It's literally, I can't remember his name, but it's literally a demon where he's either something the like inept or something the indolent, but like the whole thing is he's just a dumbass. So Scion swings in saying, no, I deny Tzeentch.
You get to choose one of those, Scion.
Yeah.
Okay, which one is it? Which one do you want? Everyone else in D tier doesn't count. You can move one.
You may move a singular god. It's your choice.
First is Nurgle. If you're no longer in the stream and you've vanished, we'll move Nurgle to S. But if you are in the stream, do drop it immediately for which one you prefer.
Yeah.
Also, fucking hell.
Yeah, that's different.
Nurgle to S.
Nurgle to S. So Nurgle, as the cycle dictates, cycles back to his S tier spot, saying it was merely the time of rot, but now is the time of growth.
Thank you very much, Scion. Deeply appreciated. Nurgle is back to the top.
Thank you very much, Ryan.
That is beautiful. Thank you very much. That's enormously appreciated.
Oh yeah. The last thing I'll say about Slaanesh, that I agree with Andy. One of the things I love about Slaanesh is that Slaanesh is an addict of that. Slaanesh is so addicted to reality, to the mortal realms, that it actively does things in a way better than Tzeentch, even though most people think of this as Tzeentch, that is self-destructive.
Oh, fucking hell.
Back into your hole, Nurgle! Back to D!
Back into the garden, Nurgle!
Oh god, the cycle is moving so fast!
Oh, fucking hell! Oh,
holy shit!
Oh, thank you, Exiled One. That's ridiculous, but amazing.
Please be responsible with your. I don't want to hear about anyone living on the street because they were like this fucking Lorebeards. Oh my good god!
So while we're laughing over that one, I have literally just destroyed my PC over here as I roll around in laughter. Let's very
god,
quickly.
That gave me a headache.
Turn to Chaos God Big Four, number 3. And
just
here
in time
is
for all the fuckery going on. Just in time.
Oh shit!
$200 to say no, Nurgle back to S, and give him a $100 buffer to prevent him from being cast down once more.
Oh
my sweet god!
Oh, that's but thank you so much.
This is unethical.
But then so is chaos. Right, so that's freaking hilarious.
Thank you both. Thank you both. Very generous. Holy fucking Christ, that is.
So while we're being very amused at
Holy cow, fair is fair.
I mean, fair, yeah, agreed. Let's turn to Tzeentch before we get too caught up in this. So, Tzeentch,
Jesus Christ.
the chaos god of change, is one of the greatest contradictions in Warhammer. Because Tzeentch is the god of change, yet is also the architect of fate, which is, if anything, something that is fixed. The great strands and threads of fate are Tzeentch's domain. So, what do you have to say about Tzeentch, Sotek?
Tzeentch, the god of magic, allegedly. The god of I've heard Andy sometimes doesn't like this, but it is written this way because it's a bit of a discussion, which sometimes often pinned as the god of hope.
That's bullshit.
I'm just saying that's what it's written as. You don't have to like it.
Yeah, no, you're right. But it's bullshit.
Yeah. Now, granted, when that is used, it is under a very specific understanding of what hope is as a concept, which is that the hope for change, the hope that things will alter, things will get better. Which to me is a very propaganda way of looking at Tzeentch. And exactly. It also kind of feels like someone was chained to a desk and was like, okay, you have to pick an emotional concept for Tzeentch. Figure it out. And someone was like, hope, I guess. And they were like, okay, good enough. Because that's kind of how it comes off. But I have seen it used reasonably well to explain how Tzeentch manipulates and gets into people's hearts.
That isn't bullshit. And I think that's definitely worth pointing out, because Tzeentch is a chaos god, and chaos gods are not about hopeful goodness and all of the happy, peaceful shit. They are about chaos, the dissolution of all things, and he is ultimately a god of change, random seeming change. You may have hope as an individual worshipper, but in no way does that give you the result that Tzeentch will provide, which is something different. And different doesn't mean better. It could be much, much worse, but it is a perfect way to hook people in to their cults as many agitators, many people who are revolutionaries looking for a better world.
That's a fun way to put it. He's a gambler's hope.
A gambler's hope. I think, Hugh, that's very much exactly the case. In fact, that's beautiful, Hugh. For all it appears like hope, any who try to claim it is hope, I think fundamentally don't really get Tzeentch.
Yeah, but Tzeentch is, to put it very bluntly, not everyone may agree with this, but it's kind of just the way he's been written. And once again, it's because, to put it very simple, he's really easy to write because you don't have to explain anything. You can just be like, oh, well, Tzeentch is a goofball, so it's whatever. He's unknowable, but Tzeentch is the big bad of Warhammer as a IP. He is the great enemy that is often the main antagonist of the grandest plots because he's very easy to wield from a narrative perspective. But he is a god of chance, a god of manipulation, luck, lying, deceit, and he is a god of plans and plans within plans and plans not working out. So you've got to have backup plans. And Tzeentch very much is the often favored as the best player of what's known as the Great Game, which is the gods playing against one another in order to further their own things because he's just good at games. That being said, Tzeentch does have a lot of funny little notes of that. Tzeentch is also canonically the most self-defeating of the gods, though I think writers are really bad about remembering that. They tend to make him not as good at being self-defeating as he should be. If you want to see a good example of that, by the way, go read Gotrek and Felix Beastslayer for the Siege of Prague. That book does a beautiful job showcasing how Tzeentch works as a self-defeating god. Because of what happens to the big antagonist, but go read it. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. But because Andy's right, he is a god of fate, and a god of contradictions because he also supposedly is the god of things always supposing to change. Another fun thing about Tzeentch is that Tzeentch is once again a contradiction because as a god of change and a god of changing of states, he is often seen as a god of death, but as a entity of chaos, he also is a god that stands opposed to death, which is the end of everything. Because he wants things.
I mean, death is fine because it's a change of state.
Yes.
So
I
don't think that's
not death as in like death of the universe, which some people think. It's more of death as like a alteration, but then
I mean,
death has
Death
to become
Universe is
something else.
fine because you've got the etheric realms, so that's okay.
That's what I mean, though, is that I've seen some people believe that he's just a death god and that he wants to bring like the end of everything.
Well, he does. He's a chaos god. I mean, at least in the Warhammer front, he is a chaos god. He wants to see the absolute end of the material realms, and that makes sense for his great use of magic, because magic is, in many respects, the abuse of the cause and effect laws of reality. It twists them, it changes them, it makes other things happen. You completely understand why he's a god of magic. He takes the standard world as we know it and says, yes, but what if we introduce something different? And that is at the very core of what Tzeentch is. There's another few details about Tzeentch which are worth noting. Tzeentch is a mess. And I do mean a mess. That self-defeating point that was raised by Sotek should be reinforced and reinforced again. Tzeentch is a many-headed hydra, many of which are going in very different directions. Tzeentch has lost all of its spells and has demons trying to find the spells that it cast out, all spells supposedly coming from Tzeentch, because Tzeentch is fragmented, multi-faced, multifaceted, and completely at odds with itself. Because of all the 4 chaos powers, Tzeentch is arguably the one that's not been born yet and doesn't have its full sentience, because it has a multifaceted sentience. Demons, all of which are doing different plans, all of which are beyond complicated, because it's the great demon of overthinking, the great ruinous power of doing a little bit too much planning for its own good and then desperately trying to see it through. And because they're all working against each other, you tend to find that Tzeentch is its own biggest enemy. Now, I'm not saying Tzeentch is yet to be born, but you could definitely make that argument in the same way you can make the argument that Slaanesh is the most recently born for Warhammer. Again, we're separating it from the 40k tales. So Tzeentch is the gigantic, in fact, just as literally the comment came in, the gigantic ADHD god. Yes, a god that I find altogether too easy to familiarize myself with because I'm very much in its province. But it is at heart a god of change, because clearly the great fate that it presides over, it doesn't like.
Yeah, and one of the things that I love, and I believe this is in 40k as well, but my favorite Tzeentch fantasy story is that Tzeentch in fantasy has a tale of that he once was, granted the ether timey-wimey shit, so take that part with a grain of whatever. Maybe this is a tale of what's yet to come. But Tzeentch was once the most powerful god. Like, he ascended to almost big G level of god, which caused his brothers to team up against him. There was a great, horrible battle as they fought to the top of the Crystal Labyrinth. And upon a great mountaintop, the other 3 grabbed Tzeentch and cast him from the mountain, where upon impact, he shattered into millions and billions of pieces, which is how we got magic, because each piece is a spell.
Each piece is a spell. He's trying to pull back together again. So Tzeentch is a mess. Tzeentch is the many-headed hydra. Tzeentch is pure change and is the source that many believe of mutation, although that's not strictly speaking true. Tzeentch is this. Yeah.
What David's saying, surprise, Carnal Sar.
Carnal Sar.
What is a Carnal Sar? That sounds horrifying.
I don't know, but it should certainly be Slaanesh based.
Yeah, I don't want whatever that is anywhere near me. For Andy, I give you the power at the end to change a god's position to your choice. Take care and be well.
Thank you, David. I will take that at the very end and do something to really upset Sotek.
Yeah, the only one you can't touch is Nurgle, because he has a $100 buffer.
He's got a buffer. Nurgle's safe. I won't touch that dick of a god up there.
A sexual Tyrannosaurus?
Tyrannosaur. Oh, it's going all a little bit Predator over there. Queethel's S tier.
It's Andy's choice. It's Andy's choice.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right. Speaking of which,
okay, so that's Tzeentch. Let's top up the poll.
Yep.
Okay, so the poll's just gone live over on YouTube. S, A, B, or C for Tzeentch. Where do you think Tzeentch works in the great game of the Chaos Gods? S tier seems obvious to many, but do you think actually Tzeentch should be an A, a B, or a C? If so, drop in your vote right now. We
let Lich Lord Chris says, Chaos God of GMs and DMs. All I'll say, go read the Lorehammer blogs. That's all I'm going to say. Like, you don't even have to be a paying patron. Just follow AD on Patreon. Just follow him. Just support him. You don't even have to spend money. Just go follow. What are you doing? Go follow. Yeah, go read those. They're very insightful. And also, if you ever have GMs, some of them are very funny. They're great. Raging Pacifist, my headcanon for Armies of Slaanesh is that a bunch of gym bros who just want to help each other be the best version of themselves. They slowly start getting body dysmorphia and then get jealous of each other out of insecurity. Yeah, that could very well work for a Tzeentch cult or Slaanesh cult. Ricky Chapman, Slaanesh's gift was our horrific venomous tongues, which is a horrible spiky bramble that's prehensile that we rammed it down the throat of a charging knight and shredded their insides. Ooh,
oh, Ricky. Okay. I mean, did you have to?
I don't know if I needed the here's how it worked in action, but thank you. Donoman, I have no horse in this race, but I've just checked the Lawhammer Discord and people are arguing there that the Great Horned Rat is a Chaos God because they are referred to as the Children of Chaos in 4th edition, the End Times, and the 2nd edition roleplay game. As I say, I have no horse in the race, and I can't really summarize the big book or back forth an argument that's very well been going since 11:43 p.m. UK time. So it's been going for over
about 2 hours at this point.
2 hours. Andy will hopefully pop in there maybe tomorrow and share some thoughts.
I like to share my thoughts.
I'll make it his problem and not my problem. Donald, man. My answer to Watchdog's comment, Cathay is totally fine and everyone is treated great and isn't overly taxed. Please ignore the peasants. Yeah, actually, yeah, if you're curious about more, if you're like, I've read the Cathay book, what it's talking about. Me and Andy did a review stream on the new Cathay lore relatively recently that you can find. Go watch it, and we talk about how that book is genuinely very interesting, but is very much a propaganda book.
Yeah.
And it's demonstratably a propaganda book. It's not just us theorizing.
Yeah, 100%. And is oddly edited.
Well, that too. Donovan, Nurgle, it's the circle of life, and it moves us all through despair and hope, through faith and love, till we find our place on the path unwinding in the circle of life. Yeah, if someone made like a really distorted version of the circle of life, like sing the circle of life in minor key, and you've basically got Nurgle.
Yeah, and I think is arguably a better circle than real life, which is no great circle. It's just you're born, you live, you die, and it ends. It doesn't look back in itself, where Nurgle is much more about it just kind of never ends. You're lost in it forever. Yeah,
the Nurgle he's just something special. He's just something special. Hannibal, Scion, greater demon of pocket change. And we appreciate it. We appreciate it dearly and desperately. Thank you. This is unfair? No, this is the great game.
Oh, that's the way of the votes at the very least. And of course, the super chats.
Yes, very much so. And thank you all for participating, by the way. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. So on that, I'm going to call the vote over on
It's not
YouTube.
time yet.
Oh, it's not time. Well, I've done it now.
Oh, well. Okay.
So YouTube's done. Twitch hasn't. If you're still watching and you want to vote,
it's over right now. On Twitch, so it's whatever.
It is super S over on YouTube as well. So where does it sit? This is a debate for us now. So Nurgle has got a buffer, so it gets to sit, I think, at number 1.
Hey, that means we don't have to debate, so that makes my life easy.
I think it makes super easy because then Slaanesh clearly sits underneath Tzeentch for me, so that seems a pretty obvious one. I love it.
And I think Tzeentch's, like we talked about, its self-defeatingness kind of drags it down beneath Nurgle just a bit, because Nurgle's much more focused.
Yeah, I agree. Nurgle is much more focused. So on focus, let's move to the last of our big 4.
Yeah.
The Blood God.
The big
Khorne.
one.
The big daddy of the Chaos Gods. Khorne is often depicted as the biggest, most powerful of the Chaos Gods. And you'll get different writers come up with different justifications for this. Some claim he's the oldest. Others claim...
Pause. Oh. Please roll a D10. Put Tzeentch in the corresponding tier.
Do I have a D10? I've got D6 here.
How do you not have a D10?
Because my D10s are all in the other room.
Hold on, just use Google. Just use Google. Google has dice. Oh my god. Y'all are gonna really make him leave the studio, go to his house, grab a D10 and come back.
I'm not going all the way to my house for that. I've got raging passages. Have you got one there?
I should. I just have to figure
1,
out.
2 for S3, 4 is A, and so on. So while you're doing that, I'll continue on with a little bit of Khorne chat because this is actually genuinely hilarious. So while you're doing that, Khorne, the blood god, the big one. Some writers claim that the very first clear emotion that ever was expressed by a sentient issue was the rage of pain, the recoiling from it and then biting back. So animals showing off their first signs of rage, and thus Khorne became such a fundamental core concept of the etheric reflections of the living creatures. That's certainly one way of putting it, but Warhammer is much, much deeper than that alone. That's a very 40k over the course of multiple millennia into multiple millions of years way of viewing it, billions of years even. Where in Warhammer, we have a good 10 to 15 20,000 years worth of history, and the birth of the gods are really quite different. What is certain is that Khorne is always depicted as the big one. Now, if you want to get a better idea of what Khorne is, do check our Khorne stream where we go pretty deeply into.
Also, one of our best, if we ever, one day for funsies, maybe at the end of this year, we might do a tier list of like all of the Lorebeards streams we've ever done, but maybe that'll be
holy shit, that'd be fun.
But anyway, that one would be S tier. Like, that was a great one.
That was a great stream where we really discussed what Khorne may or may not be. But when it comes to the core of it, he is the god of blood, of taking skills, of war, and of rage.
Yeah. Okay. So I have my lovely gift from my parents, which is this lovely leather Loremaster of Sotek dice roller cup, which is great.
Which came all the way over here, as I recall.
Yes, I did. I brought it with me for the
Wolfram when he came over to visit. It was cool.
All right. I've got a official Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay Collector's Edition dice in here. I'm rolling it. I'm gonna slam it down here.
What have you got?
And Zinch got a 10.
So Zinch has just become a
He goes to the absolute bottom, defeated by his with a 10. He has to go to the very bottom. He has defeated himself.
Raging pacifist. Zinch has killed himself. Actually hilarious.
Zinch throws himself all the way to the bottom. Poor Zinch. As it goes. Removing the...
we're both clicking at the same time with excitement.
What the fuck? No more barrier for Nurgle. So Nurgle can be moved, but this does not move him.
Been moved. So what do you have to say about Khorne before we get completely caught up with it? It's now a free-for-all on the board.
Sorry, I'm drowning in hundreds of red super chats flying at our face right now. Jesus Christ. Okay. Khorne, the god of rage. And I'm gonna say this is gonna come off as mean, but I'm gonna say this. Contrary to what I consider the biggest massive misunderstanding, which I see way too much from 40k fans, is not a god of honor. He does not give a shit. Khorne is basically the god of tantrums. He is a big, angry baby that sits on his baby chair and gets really fucking mad and throws everything to the floor constantly. Now, it is true that Khorne is very unique. He does actually get involved in the Great Wars within the Ether. It says that Khorne gets off his throne and he goes out and fights, which is why he's often considered the most powerful, because he takes up his sword and he actually goes and fights himself, whereas the other three will not. And he is very much, to put it very bluntly, often the reason he's considered the big bad is because he is kind of the patron god of Warhammer itself, which is a war game. It is a tabletop strategy war game about beating people up. So he is the god of beating people up.
You know, a bunch of man babies beating each other up. Sounds fun to me.
That basically describes a good portion of my life. So
I'm going to bring this one up to reinforce exactly what Sotek was saying there. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows. It's a classic war cry of Khorne, and it shows just how dishonorable Khorne often is. Khorne doesn't go up and challenge people to handy challenges, although some do. Arbal the Undefeated, for example, is all about challenging folks and taking the best one down. Khorne just carves. He doesn't care whether you're ready for the carving. He doesn't really care at all. He just goes. And that's something that many of his worshippers do. They are frenzied. Frenzy does not come hand in hand with honor. Frenzy comes hand in hand with just going, man. They are rage-filled monsters, and they don't stop.
So, okay, Spencer, I love this about Khorne. We've talked. One day we'll need to do a Volkia stream. Unfortunately, it hasn't won a vote yet. But I will note that this ends up. You can portray it that way, and that's fair. But I will, and it does add complexity to Khorne, which I like. However, to be fair, the most accurate description of Volkia's story is that Khorne was watching a TV show he really liked, and when the character unexpectedly died, he lost his shit so hard that the writers of the stories had to change the story. Oh my god. Mickey, roll another D6. A D6 for Tzeentch. If a 1, he becomes a new tier above all others, or gets duplicated at the top of S tier and the bottom of D tier. It is your choice, but only on a 1. So nothing happens on a 2 through 5 or 2 through 6.
I'm going to roll it right now. I don't know what that is. That's a 6. It's the opposite of the 1.
Yeah,
we
Mickey,
got a 6.
If I understand your thing correctly, he is either nothing changes or he just goes right back to D tier.
So I'll let you call that, Mickey, since you're presumably still out there. So drop a comment in. We'll watch out for it as it comes. But we got a 6 on the D6.
Yeah, let us know what a 6 means. But that's how I'm interpreting it, but feel free to clarify. Because it would be super funny if he just rolled 2 different dice and got D on both of them. Even though me and Andy tried to put him in S. It stays the same. This is the best. So Tzeentch has tried twice and failed both times.
Self-sabotaging Tzeentch, beautiful.
Excellent. Could not have been written any better.
Okay, so Khorne is canonically the most powerful of the Chaos Gods, but then we are defining power typically by martial capability. So no great surprise of that. He's arguably the most powerful because the most souls go to him, but that is deeply arguable when you look at something like Tzeentch, enormously powerful, change at its heart, but also broken, so never manages to marshal all of its thoughts in one direction, where the giant man baby that is Khorne often puts a lot of focus in one place at any one time. It's a little bit like a giant, I don't know, Twitter raid. I called it Twitter, not X today. Go figure.
I mean, yeah, it's whatever. I mean, you still type in twitter.com, so it's like, what are you going to do? All right, poll time.
Poll. Man baby is up.
Yeah, really. Any true Tzeentch fan in chat should absolutely be going, just as planned. Just as planned. This is what he wanted all along.
Yeah, totally. So, Khorne, the Blood God, where do you think he should go? Games Workshop say S. Most people probably would say S, but do you think differently? If so, drop your vote in.
Festival Brett says, I deeply want to believe that there's a demon of Tzeentch who deeply believes that they are in fact Tzeentch. And the real Tzeentch is like, sure, why not?
I think Fanciful Bread that's not wrong. Tzeentch is a multi-headed hydra. There is almost certainly a greater demon that fully believes that it is the core of what Tzeentch is.
Yeah, actually, if you want a good candidate for that, it's not how he was originally written necessarily, but his original intent, I think, got cannibalized by Kairos Fateweaver. This could be a good role for Amon Shakai, who is a really fucking scary Demon of Tzeentch from the Champions of Chaos 5th edition book. You can find him really easily online. And he's really fucking scary. Rocker Boy Jukebox. Nuffle is S tier, no matter what Sotek claims. Listen, Nuffle's not on the list because he scares me. Let me make that very clear. Nuffle is a god. No, I don't care what anyone says. In the GW multiverse, Nuffle is the most powerful god canonically. He is horrifying. We are thankful that he has been contained to Blood Bowl. Dino Man, Tzeentch seems more like ambition than hope. Hope is too broad because you can hope things stay the same. Ambition is specifically the desire for things to change.
Yeah, I agree that that's a far better word, single descriptor, than hope. Hope feels too positive for what is ultimately a chaos god that is nihilistic at heart.
Cyan, I would have preemptively pushed Tzeentch to F tier, but that would have pushed over the 500 daily limit for super chats. I didn't know YouTube imposes such a limit.
I mean, it's probably wise that they do, let's be honest.
Yeah, I will say, deeply appreciative that you have discovered such a limit in support of Lorebeards. We super appreciate it.
And it really does make an enormous difference. For as much as it's all for a good bit of fun here, I have a bill that's so large coming that this is going to make my life so much better. So thank you so much. It's deeply appreciated.
Yeah, there's a lot I wish I could say to y'all right now about things me and Andy are up to, but we can't talk about it yet.
No,
but we want to talk about it, but we can't. So all I'll say is, we really appreciate how much y'all love this show and how much support y'all show for us, to get just kind of real for a second. And we're hoping we can reward that loyalty with some cool things, but we can't talk about it yet.
Yep. We're almost there.
We're almost there. Almost in terms of months, probably, but we're almost there.
Hey, almost.
Yeah. Soon TM. Manly Cupcakes. Corn, God of Skulls, Blood, and we really need to make this safe but cool for the kiddos. Guys, how do we keep this teen rated? Corn with very
Although
little
Manly
blood.
Cupcakes, it's not as difficult as it is, for example, with Slaanesh, whom they always equate with nakedness and uncertainty, where Khorne would often be just as naked as any Slaanesh champion for very different reasons. For Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows, including from yourself. So there is lots of different ways it could come out.
You figured it out. It's a naked fireman calendar.
I mean, how the hell did you find that out?
I don't know how you figured it out. Damn.
Did we,
man hacked our Google account. Backladroth. Khorne D tier because he's a hypocrite and a coward. That's a fitting opinion that you can have.
I think that's a spicy but not necessarily an accurate take.
Oh no. Declan Star, put a copy of Tzeentch in S tier, but keep the original in D tier. As you command.
Can you do that?
Command.
You can.
Yes, I can. I can absolutely do that. I will do it right now.
Declan.
Could you is the poll over?
I can finish the poll this side right now.
Go ahead and finish it.
I'll go finish the poll over on YouTube. The YouTube completion is an unexpected for Khorne. Easy S tier at a mighty 63%, with A following at 20, putting Khorne right at the very top. Now, Khorne is, in many respects, the ultimate chaos god. And by that I mean, he wants one thing: the eradication of the mortal realms, and he sends his followers to murder his way across it until eventually everything goes boom. He is, of any of the chaos gods, the most singular in how he approaches it. So I don't think that it's at all unwise for him to be up there.
Yeah, Hawk, can you send me a copy of the Tzeentch file so I can make another one? That would
I might be able to copy it over here.
Oh, just refresh it, and there's a second one over it. If I refresh it, will it change where everybody is? Because otherwise I have to memorize where everybody is. I mean, just send me the file and I can just do it myself. Thank you, Declan. Hilarious. Andy, where do you want to put Khorne in regard to nerd?
I think Khorne is clearly at the top. And it's not just because Games Workshop says so. It's because Khorne is the Chaos God. I don't mean change. Chaos means, at heart, mutation and change and weirdness and oddity. No, at heart, Warhammer Chaos changed what Chaos gods were. It's no longer the Murkochian idea of change and uncertainty on one side and law and certainty on the other. This is a bunch of gods who wish to see the destruction of the world, and there is no better expression of destruction, of utter annihilation, of gigantic man-baby fists slamming down onto the mortal realms than Khorne. It's not just that he's the most powerful, it's that he is singularly the most motivated. He is the one who wants to do it.
What you didn't consider was that Strigoi Boy says, all this wealth, excess, and greed. Slaanesh is now in ascendance. Slaanesh to the top of us. Also, you're fake with toxins, and you have to bite down on it if you ever get another meeting with GW. Are you telling Andy to pull a fucking Duke Leto on GW?
Out comes the gas, and I kill the poor unfortunate people at GW that I'm speaking to.
Yeah, who are totally the people responsible for the bad decisions are those guys.
They're the ones who get it in the face, though. Okay. So Slaanesh is now at the top.
Yeah, Slaanesh heard Andy's speech and went, nah. It's jumped to the top. So that means every god except Slaanesh has been affected by a 100, or every of the big four except for Khorne has been affected by a $100 super chat.
But I think that's fair for Khorne because, he's the big daddy. He can't help himself. He's up there doing his man-baby rants. Alrighty.
Jesus, y'all are... I don't think any
Lorebeards
has ever been this insane. Y'all are truly going wild.
And thank you. We're now moving to the last god on our list. This is a big one for many people who played Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Because Malal was mentioned inside the first edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, but it's not the first time that this Chaos God was mentioned. This Chaos God wasn't created by Games Workshop. Instead, this Chaos God was created for a comic that Games Workshop published, where Caleb Dark, the great Chaos champion of Malal, went toe-to-toe with the other Chaos gods. And his champion, Caleb Dark, went off murderalizing others. Now, this comic was short-lived, but it was enough of a mention that when Graham Davis was compiling all of the gods that Warhammer already had mentioned, he included Malal in it, meaning that Malal got mentioned inside the first edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And when the Realms of Chaos books were being developed, Malal was going to be in it. Indeed, Malal got himself a greater demon, a lesser demon, a steed, the whole kit and caboodle of demons. Malal got organized. Tony Ackland did a whole bunch of art for them. These were all organized. The write-ups were done for them. They were all good to go. And then...
the one thing Chaos can't stop.
And then it became clear that when they looked at it, they didn't actually own Malal. It was owned by the original creators of the comic. Meaning that suddenly, all of the plans for Malal inside the Realms of Chaos books ground to a halt. That art from Tony was pushed aside because, hey, we're not doing Malal anymore. The work that was being put into building the fifth Chaos power inside the Realms of Chaos books was pushed aside as well. There was going to be 5 Chaos powers, not 4, to begin with. Instead, they dropped it to 4. And Malal, the great 5th Chaos power, was dropped. But who was he? What exactly did Malal do? As already hinted, Malal's entire raison d'etre was to destroy them all. It wasn't just the destruction of the world, it was the destruction of everything, including the other Chaos gods. Malal was the god of absolute destruction that makes Khorne look almost, let's say, blood-focused. Malal was very much the anti-chaos Chaos god, and you can see Malal's DNA in various other attempts to replace him down through the editions of Warhammer. Zuvasin and Nakoho were nothing more than Malal replacements because Malal was central to the 4th component of the Enemy Within campaign, and they decided to completely change that because, Well, they didn't own Malal. Malal is, in many respects, the source of Be'lakor, that great chaos god that fought against the other chaos gods. But even that got pushed aside, no longer a god, and we were left with just the big four. But Malal continued in the background to always be there, and various writers at different points in Warhammer's history, without often realizing that Games Workshop never really owned Malal as a concept, dropped the name. Whether it was a brief mention in a novel here, a brief sort of allusion inside a roleplay book over there, Malal is constantly sitting around, to the point that Malal pretty much gets copy-pasted over into 40k under a slightly different name, Malice, and definitely isn't Malal, but is Malal. Malal has been kicking around in the back corridors of Warhammer pretty much since the beginning of the game, but no longer is there. It is ultimately the great fifth chaos power that never came to be. But for those of us who've been playing Warhammer almost since the beginning, Malal has been with us all the way through, because we read that Caleb Dark comic. We may even have got the little model with its ridiculous big bony weapon that it had and its big, huge, massive eye. I painted that model like 4 times. I loved it. Malal, to me, was as much Warhammer as Khorne, as Slanesh, as Tzeentch, as Nurgle. And then it just vanished. And we didn't get a replacement for Malal until Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition, where everybody expected that god to turn up again. So, for those of you who don't know dates very well, that's people playing with Malal at home in their own personal games of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay for about 15 years. And the expectation was the 2nd edition of the game would pick up that and run with it. And then it vanished. So 15 years worth of world building that had going out amongst the fan base sort of ground to a halt as the 2nd edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay said, yeah, we're not covering that. I was part of the team that put together the Tome of Salvation for 2nd edition. The Tome of Salvation was the religion book. And the Malal question came up. And the answer was, we don't know who owns it. That's literally what I got told. We don't know. I don't know if you can use it or not, so let's not. And that was where it was back then. Since then, it's sort of gone up and down. I'm not sure any accommodation with the original writers was ever made, but they have made mention to it in more than one place. So Malal is the 5th chaos power. It kind of never happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Malal is a god who, despite legally, isn't allowed to be in the universe. As far as we know, I don't know what... I have no idea what the modern situation is.
I can't say that I know either, because I've not particularly looked into it, but I do know that when I was last aware of it, we were shooting about 12 years ago, no accommodation had been made, and if we went strictly by the legality of it all, they kind of don't own it.
Yeah, but like Andy said, a lot of people that grew up with Warhammer know and love Malal, so thanks to the fans, he will never die. And because of that, a lot of those fans end up working at Games Workshop or Black Library or other places, and they find ways to insert him into the setting so that he's kind of this sinister, creeping force that's always lurking around the edges, which has caused him to be reinterpreted various ways. Of course, there's Malice, who is kind of the 40k version of him. In fantasy, we never actually got Malice, but Malal has remained. Yeah, actually, if you pop into like the end times in the a novel by Josh Reynolds for Gotrek Felix, The Road of Skulls, Malal also makes some vague appearances. He's sometimes suggested to be the patron of Kanto the Unsworn, who's this really big chaos guy that doesn't really like chaos and doesn't swear to any of the gods. And in the end times, he even makes a big bid in a moment I genuinely enjoyed of trying to represent Malal by trying to kill Archaon. He actually gets in a one-on-one duel with Archaon and fights him, and Archaon kills him. But there are a lot of very cool moments. Malal, I love him a lot, especially because he tends to have a really strong draconic motif, which I just fucking love dragons, so he's really fun and cool. But yeah, he's this sort of unrealized potential, not because nobody wants it, but because there's just this weird legalese in the way, which sucks, but that's just kind of the way the world is sometimes.
Yeah, Malal has become Games Workshop history, not Games Workshop current state. So what you decide to do with Malal is entirely up to you. I'm not going to try and sway you in any direction, but I do think that of any of them to have the all over the place one, it should be Malal. So perhaps an SECD?
Yeah, that sounds great. And I will say that Malal, like Andy said, is, if you want to be really core, he is the one true god of destruction in fantasy. That he wants to destroy everything.
Yeah, including Chaos, the other gods. And in many respects, he's a Chaos god, not because the other Chaos gods want him, but because he literally is what the Chaos gods represent. So that's quite fun too.
Yep. All right. Poll is started. Also, Tim Robbie, thank you very much for the Prime sub on the Lawhammer channel. We really appreciate the support.
Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot that has been an activated thing.
What, your subs?
Yeah, I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, I literally, as of this month, I have reached, what am I at? It is my 25-month celebration of being a sub on the Lawhammer channel. 25 months. Woohoo! All right. Cole Patterson, just reminding y'all that the pores are also here. Listen, every single just you showing up to watch, whether you're watching live or watching the recording, is deeply, emphatically appreciated.
Massively so.
Especially if you're like sharing to friends or your favorite subreddit or your favorite Discord. We cannot thank y'all enough for that. But literally every penny is just an extra level of appreciation that, of course, is completely unrequired, but deeply appreciated.
I was getting mixed up with the Prime sub, by the way. I thought you were saying something else because I just set up the YouTube thing as well. No,
not a YouTube membership.
Prime. Thanks, Houston, by the way, for dropping the Prime subs on Twitch. Enormously appreciated.
What are your memberships active now?
I think they might be. I don't know. As I said, I set it up a wee while ago.
Yet.
Okay, I should go check it to have a look. Because I definitely told it to go do stuff.
Okay. From there, we got, where was I? Here. I could be wrong, but I think more important than who is killed is why you are killing them. Not in the sense of honor, but more in that you are killing someone from sick enjoyment, out of fear or despair / mercy. Won't really be honoring Khorne. Though I say that, but there are also examples of his followers / demons enjoying killing, so I could easily see the counter right. I would say that within the setting, he doesn't care. Like, he just doesn't. Khorne, followers of Khorne build stacks out of skulls of people that cannot fight back, of children, the sick, the elderly. They just don't care. Oh my dear God. Lord Eisen, Nakoho doubts your placement of him. Nakoho denies his placement on this list at all, down to a just not a god tier.
Perfect.
I you know what? I'm embarrassed that we didn't have that there in the first place. You're right. You're right. How silly of us.
I don't need one. Lord Eisen, that is just chef's kiss perfect. I'm perfect for Nicole as well.
That was the wrong color. There we go. Now stop it. Oh wait. Yeah. How did I? Oh, that's.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm figuring it out. Leave me alone.
I'm quite enjoying watching you trying to do this.
Oh my God! It keeps like closing. There we go.
Not a god.
Oh, maybe black is a little too difficult.
Yeah, perhaps
let's do purple. There we go. C tier is now sad and empty.
Not a god.
Goho says, "Fuck your list. I don't want to be here. I'm out." I'm out. Oh my God, y'all are so silly. Y'all are so silly.
I love that one.
Superlock, thank you for the bits. Khorne is very underrepresented in the horror part of Warhammer. The horror of what would happen if we weren't watching the big armored folk, but a normal neighborhood or city falling to Khorne corruption is what nightmares are made of. Mothers killing children, lover killing lovers over nothing at all. Yes.
Yeah, and I agree completely, but I also think that it, to a degree, undermines Khorne being the most powerful of them, because as corruption goes, that's rare. That's not the sort of thing that happens in most communities. People slitting each other's throats. They are the exceptions to the norm, where people falling to excess or people falling to despair are actually relatively common. Nurgle and Slaanesh, by comparison, feel like they would be much, much more powerful. It's just the focus on the war game and everything that happens in there that makes Khorne suddenly looks much more important than, arguably, in terms of standard corruption, he probably would be.
Yeah, if you check out the roleplay game, you'll find a lot of great examples of Khorne showing up in subtle places that it's genuinely heartbreaking. Like where you'll see like Khorne showing up in like domestic disputes between couples or parents beating and abusing their children, or like all sorts of horror, people attacking their pets and all rage. Like, I mean, think in our world how much horrible shit happens because someone gets angry and they just can't control themselves. That's Khorne.
And that's great. And showing that corruption coming through. I mean, great. I mean, it doesn't sound good.
The co-host saying, "I doubt, therefore I am." Czar, I once saw a theory that us, the players of the Chaos Gods, as we make the models fight and scheme against each other, excess and how many models we have, etc. So how about adding a chat to the tier list? I think we would be SS. I
mean, the chat as a Chaos God absolutely would be SS.
Yeah, yes, you would. You would. I'd have to get like an image and stuff, but know that you're up there. Okay, that's time.
Oh, time. It is Malal S tier over on YouTube at 42%, followed by A at 29.
He is 47% S on Twitch with a 33% A.
There we go. So I think that makes that pretty solid. S. The question is where?
Where indeed?
Yeah, where does Malal go? I think it would be unfair to put him above the big four because he lost that battle and vanished because of reality. But it seems fair that he's above Sebastian.
I agree. I think that's a comfortable position because S is in many ways he's a legacy god. Yeah. So I think being given a place of honor at the bottom of S is an appropriate land for him to land upon.
Yep, I agree. I mean, in fact, I completely agree. Oh no.
Oh dear God. Lugan says, S+ for the Shadow Lord. The Dark Master shall ascend. Surely he won't trip and fall at the finish line this time.
I mean, we'll see.
What? Zafar, I don't even know what this means. Slash goes too fast? No defense? What does that mean? I don't understand. It's beyond my comprehension.
So if you are out there right now, Zafar, tell us where you want Slaanesh to go. God,
y'all are making me make tiers, and I'm bad at this. Oh my God.
Maybe make it a purple one at the top.
Yeah.
Rather than pink.
Okay.
Well, not pink. Make it purple because purple will go after the red.
Make blue. Zeusson will make blue.
Okay. Sure.
Oh God. Yeah. Okay. Then S+. Oh no. SS+.
SS tier. There we go. There we go.
Be'lakor. Surely nothing will happen. Surely.
Okay, so we are
giving Slaanesh a 100 barrier.
Oh, so Slaanesh can't be moved. That means I can't touch Slaanesh. God damn it.
Yeah, Slaanesh cannot be altered.
Clever.
Very clever. To be fair,
I don't know. I think of that.
To be fair, all of this decadence, excess, and greed would very much give Slaanesh a 100 barrier. Slaanesh is like, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
great.
totally. Oh, I'm loving that.
Oh no, Slaanesh had a barrier, and you're removing it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think Slaanesh had a barrier.
I don't think he had one. He didn't have one. I don't think.
Okay, so given that I don't think he has one, if you want to move Slaanesh up to SS+, feel free.
Yeah, if you want to move Slaanesh, you can. Because I am 90%
Or you
sure.
can just give him a clear barrier so it's sorted. It's up to you now.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, no, because he got moved to S, but he has no barrier. I just checked.
Yeah, totally.
I just checked. I promise. So if you want to move him, you may move him.
I mean,
or you may barrier
doesn't
him.
use protection.
Yeah. Or perhaps uses an excess of protection. So much protection that it rips and breaks. Don't double stack, kids. It's not a good idea.
Holy crap.
Lord. This tier ranking is so pointless. You're right. The greatest god is Nagash. Hold up now. Hold up now.
Okay, so we will call the end of our tiering once we get through all of our super chats, and we discuss everything that they say, and then we will call it at the end and do our summary.
Holy fuck! Thank y'all again. This has been insane.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Oh dear, I lost my place. Okay, here we go. Scion, someone bumped Nurgle back to the top of S. He's already in S. He's fine. Scion, if there's one thing we've learned today is that if you want a lot of super chats, it's to incentivize a bidding war. I mean, you say that, but I've done this before, and it's never gotten this wildly out of control. Which we
it's
really
not that wild.
appreciate.
I still have my free card as Raging Pacifist.
That makes it more wild, not less. Zar, I'm still looking for what you actually want to do with yours, because you haven't technically done anything with it yet.
Okay, if you don't make another post, I'm just going to assume that Slanesh is stuck there.
Yeah. Rocker Boy Jukebox. Andy, love you, bud. But I can't agree with Be'lakor being Malal's replacement, because Bellacor's record makes him Tzeentch's punching bag. I mean,
no, that's not unfair.
You're not
in
wrong.
terms of what happened. Oh my god.
What the fuck? So Be'lakor gets double slapped by Falling Rocks and the Exiled One. Through Mr. Pig and Exile One, double teaming him, smashing him down to the absolute bitch bottom of D tier.
Isn't it here? Holy shit!
Oh no, all the way down to not a god. So no, he goes below Nakoho. He has lost godhood.
Oh, that's so fucking Be'lakor.
So fitting. Be'lakor at the buzzer, Be'lakor gets punted absolute bottom. Oh my god, guys.
No! Who could have seen this coming?
Chekhov's gun fired! Oh no!
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh, where were we in the super chats? Poor Be'lakor. It always happens to him, doesn't it?
I got a headache. Necromancer Cobalt, if the Great Horned Rat is the god of decay and destruction of everything as well as chaos, was he supposed to be Malal's replacement?
Actually, he was there all along.
He's the god of pestilence and ruin, which is a little different.
Yeah, and it's not really destruction, because a lot of it's also about building. Because they build crazy machines to the Horned Rat. They build their civilization in the undertunnels. There's a lot more to it than just simply ruin. Ruination is, holy shit.
I don't.
Grim Isaac? Seriously?
I quit. I quit. We're never going to leave. We're never going to escape the stream.
But we do have. Where is it? Where was his comment? Because Slanesh currently has a big girdle in place.
Oh, did Zar confirm that?
But Zar has not said it's not that, so it currently is. Slanesh goes too fast, no defense anymore. I don't know.
Well, no, because he specifically said no defense.
Yeah.
Slanesh goes too fast, no defense.
They're going down. Wow. This is insane. It's madness. Let's just say one more time. Grim Isaac, thank you so much. It's enormously appreciated. That was the nicest thing that you could possibly do. Also, it's crazy. Sorry.
Guys, we gotta go to bed. We have to leave at some point.
Oh, thank you all. I might actually be able to afford my dental bill.
Yeah, this will be the first stream where me and Andy have to sit down afterwards and go, what? How much? What?
How much did it go? Anyway, we've got a bunch of other super chats because other people have been dropping lovely comments. So let's get to those as Slanesh goes back up to the top again.
Yeah, can y'all let the people with actual financial responsibility say something for 5 seconds, please?
This has been a ridiculously fun stream. Thank you, everyone.
We might have to do something special in the next week or so just to
say thanks,
because this has been almost upsetting. Thank you I'm not good at saying thanks because it was sort of beaten out of me by various circumstances in high school. But thank you. God, Jesus, fuck.
Quite.
Manly Cupcakes, completely unrelated, hours ago said, what if we put all the Chaos Gods in all tiers? We kind of have almost done that, where they're all almost sharing a tier.
They've been going up and down all over the place.
Oh my good God. Avani DK, the 4 great Chaos Gods consider it the great game. Malal flips the board. He does, yes, he very much does. He rage quits the game and flips the table.
Wow.
Fuck me, dude. Colbo, Kanto the Unsworn mentioned. I had no idea he was killed by Archaon. I'm just glad he had more screen time I didn't know about. Yes, he technically only shows up in the novelization of Lord of the End Times, but he is a POV character, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Taudrazam, minus Cain, what elven god would devolve to chaos? I actually don't think Cain would devolve to chaos. Cain's actually one of the greatest warriors against chaos.
Yeah. No to Cain. Very likely Hecate. Hecate. Because Hecate uses chaos to destroy chaos. The foundation of dark magic. Dark magic, which is almost pretty much hand in hand with chaos. Hecate is close to that line.
Grimzik, he's in both. You have slapped him down to D and non-existent tier.
He's in both.
You cut
Zinch.
Yeah, you punted his ass. So he's both disrespected and non-existent. Oh my lord. The greatest chaos god is a copyright lawyer. It truly is.
Yeah, not at all unfair considering. But hey, Malal's getting his day today.
Yeah, he really is. Y'all have he's proud of you. He's proud of you, chat. He's very proud.
Yeah.
Corn's raging corruption also manifested political violence. Often Zinch is shown as a political schemer, but I can easily see a Corn cult focused on stoking fire's anger among the populace, either with an initially noble target like overthrowing a tyrant, or a less noble one like blaming a minority in a group. But either way, the goal is to make a feast of senseless bloodshed. Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Darius, Corn on with his bib and high chair. I want mommy. I want milk. I want to be held. If you don't do any of this, I'll ruin your life.
Yeah, it's Corn at a 1 there. Oh,
someone please add Nuffle to Esther. Please don't bring Nuffle into this. Don't bring Nuffle into this.
Nuffle.
Oh, Dino Man. The stream is why Chaos struggles to win despite their overwhelming power. This is just the great game in action. Turns out it was an auction all along. Yes, this is a perfect encapsulation around why Chaos struggles to win anything. I just realized what the actual comment said. Excess in all thongs. Excess in thongs. That's so specific. That's so specific. Rex, I can't even read that. I don't know what that says.
Stream de l'enfer. I almost certainly have pronounced that terribly. I love it too.
Yeah, I don't speak French. I don't know. Ben Fisher, you might need to make the price for moving things higher. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to do that. It's not my fault that list as it is now as a thumbnail. It's the ultimate clickbait. It's just confusing the fuck. Someone looks at it and goes, what? What were these votes? I might do that. Yes. So I actually have posted them in places on social media, but I will post both the tier list itself and the list on social media and the Discords immediately after stream. Because this one goes down in legend. This one goes down in legend.
It really does.
Something special. Maybe a fan creation appreciation stream where people submit fan art, optionally short text of some kind of random fan ideas. This is totally not just so I can submit my own stuff. Actually, okay, I had an idea and I was going to talk to Andy about it, and I'm still going to talk to Andy about it because we might change things about it. But let me know if y'all would like this in our Discords. So in both Discords, make this really simple. In both Discords, we have a Lorebeards chat, and you can go to either one, Lawhammer or Loremaster of Sotek, and let me know if you would like or hate this idea. And if I see a lot of support, we could do this as a fan stream, because someone suggested this, and it's something that's very popular in a lot of communities I'm adjacent to, which would be the idea that what we could do as a bonus stream, because it wouldn't make sense on a normal Sunday or Wednesday, is, and we would heavily advertise it of that it's meant to be a haha joke stream. So keep that in mind as we would be approaching it, would be the idea that I would set up a Google Doc submission form, because Google has a really nice thing for letting you submit things, where y'all could submit your personal headcanons and unhinged ideas and lore about the setting. And me and Andy would basically look at all of them and go, oh, Jesus Christ, this is why this could work, or this is why this almost certainly would not work. And it would be meant to be as funny as possible. So we're going to be doing a lot of shit takes on people's shit takes. If you think that would be fun, great. We would have to heavily advertise of don't take it seriously, to let it be as goofy as possible. If you think that'd be cool, let us know. If you'd rather it be a more serious one, you can also let us know. And then me and Andy will talk about it after we've seen y'all's feedback.
Yeah, go drop ideas down in Discord and we'll pick them up.
Yeah, so please go to the Lorebeard chat and just be like, I want to chat where we throw in goofy ideas and Andy and Sotek get annoyed and tell us why this is dumb and it won't work because it would be funny. Or if you're like, I would like something a little more serious, or if you have a completely different idea, please let us know. And you know what we'll probably do is we'll probably do a YouTube poll where we pick our favorite options and y'all vote and we go with whatever the highest one is. I feel like that would be the most balanced way to approach it.
That seems fun.
Avani, at the end of the stream, everyone just goes back to how they were, so that there is no change, just like the lore for so many years. I almost feel like what that's actually suggesting is just taking them all off and putting them back down at the bottom where they're not rated at all, so that the poll just didn't matter in the end anyway. But we're gonna get out of here.
Have we caught up with all of our super chats?
Yes, we're caught up. Can you guys do a funny one and one where you? We could do both at some point. We could do both.
Yeah. So I've got one to move.
Oh my God, I forgot we're not technically done yet.
We're not technically done yet. So first, I would request that Slanesh has made the SSS tier, not the SSS plus tier, because that is what was requested.
If I care.
Yeah, but quite. You've got it in your end. I don't need to do it. So I'm cool with that. The SS, no, you don't need to make a new tier. Just rename it the SSS plus tier.
No, if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it right. Oh my God.
There we go. And it's the perfect color too. Look at that. That's a thing of beauty and a joy forever. So the next one is, which one am I going to move? Because I've been given the free dispensation to move one of them at the end of the stream. This is actually a toughie. Because
it was. I feel like it was a simple decision, and then it very suddenly got wildly out of control.
Yeah, this one's a toughie because 3 of our Chaos Gods aren't even gods anymore. Nikoho seems accurately placed. Bellicor.
Yeah, this is just not canonical now.
And then the Bellicor seems accurately placed, but those other 3, they're toughies. Slanesh is sitting underneath a golden halo of cannot touch. Malal, I quite like where Malal is. I think it fits quite well.
No. Slanesh's shield is gone. I don't think Slanesh has a shield.
I don't know. I could,
because it got punted all the way down, and then someone took it all the way back up.
Okay. Zavasin should probably not be there. Ooh, that's my first potential. Hashat and Morgor being side by side. I like Quethel being underneath them. I mean, that's an image, but I also quite like it. Then we move down to Kaka at the bottom. Fucking hell.
You were too slow. You were too slow. You were taking your time with it.
Quethel's moved up to fucking hell. Raging pacifist. So I quite like to shut a Morgor being over Quethel. As I said, it was an imagery that is now in my mind.
It was too slow.
But now it's moved. As I go, holy shit. Kaka down there, Zinch being there while Korn, Nurgle, and Zinch aren't.
Funny enough, Andy can't save Zinch. You can only save one Zinch.
Yeah. So what am I going to do with my last one? Oh, I am tempted to move that second Zinch.
Which one's the second one?
I'm deciding. Which one is the second Zinch? I am really tempted with second Zinch because it is, I think, appropriate that Zinch is in more than one place and possibly. Oh no, I'm Corn though. Nurgle though. No, I'm gonna have to decide because we can't be here all night. So I would like to move Zinch.
Which Zinch? To be clear.
D Zinch.
Cool.
I would like to move it to I would like to move it. No, I want Be'lakor.
Oh.
And I'm moving Be'lakor to C, so he's above Zinch in its entirety. just to see.
Just
to see. Just above Zinch. Because Be'lakor, it's exactly the sort of thing he'd like to see. Yeah,
what a master
just
stroke.
Above it, no more. Not to the top, because Be'lakor, as we know, is far too much of a loser to be that successful. But just above Zinch.
Be'lakor crawls out from under his pile of rocks that he got pelted with.
Be'lakor is slip free. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait, I can't. Be'lakor got a double wham to go down there.
Yeah, that's true. He got double whammy, so no, you can't.
No, he got a double wham. So Be'lakor slides back down because of that earlier super chat. So I'm going to have to...
Sorry, he laughed too soon, as he often does.
Yeah, damn it. He is damn nonetheless. So I'm going to move that D Zinch beneath Be'lakor.
Ah, there we go. So
there we go. It's a Pyrrhic victory.
So in the end of all things, Slaanesh as the true dark. Gonna see this coming again. In the end, Slaanesh, according to our methods that were clearly rigorously tested and had no flaws whatsoever, is lording above as the great king, god king of all chaos. The most powerful, well-regarded deity ever to be seen. Queethel inherited the empty SS Plus seat that nobody was in, and like an absolute rat, snuck in at the last second. Malal enjoying the absolute annihilation of chaos up in S tier, along with Nakoho, who both have watched as the entire stream unraveled and fell into absolute little C chaos. Hashin and Morger nervously sweating as they're hovering in A tier, trying not to be noticed. Then B and C are empty. There are no average gods.
None.
Oh, sorry, Zuvacid, not Nogo. Yeah, Zuvacid. Then Kaka, appropriately in D tier, which is the lowest technical tier while still being a god. And then nearly half of all of the gods are not gods.
My summary of all this before we pick up on our last little super chats coming at the end. Having looked at all the chaos gods, I'm going to say that the chat is right. Chaos doesn't mean destruction of the world. That is a fixed goal. Chaos means utterly uncertain, mutation, change, uncertainty. There's really only one god amongst the great four that are pure chaos, and that's arguably Tzeentch, but even he is the god of fate. In truth, none of them are chaos gods. They're not chaos gods. They are not what they claim to be. They are something really very different. They are a holdover name from their Michael Moorcock origins. What they are gods of utter destruction. Gods of... No, not even that's enough. They're not about utter destruction. They're about literally tearing apart the laws of reality. That brings mutation and spells and magic and change and horror in a variety of ways, but they are not chaos gods. You guys kick ass. For all it was a ridiculous stream, and for all our tier list has gone up and down like a yo-yo, I think you've actually called it correctly. They're not, strictly speaking, gods. And the only god that truly sticks to who they are out of all the Chaos gods is indeed Slaanesh. The one who is at best the weakest of the Chaos gods, because at least it sticks to its core design. Excess, going too far, and that also involves sticking in the material realm, which the rest of the Chaos gods want to destroy. As for the rest...
I am very tempted now because of everything Andy just said. I want to post this as part of a meme where it's just like, congrats, guys, we saved the Warhammer world. It's just this asinine list in the background. We saved it. We saved the material world.
We've all given in to Slaanesh. Queethel is our master. Malal came along and sorted it all out. Rest of them go fuck themselves at the bottom.
Okay, so please, genuinely, no more super chats as I wrap up here. Let's all put away our wallets and be responsible adults for at least just a couple minutes. Jesus Christ. So we got some last second super chats to get through, and then I'll say 2 or 3 things, and then we're out. Oh my God, Mr. Love the stream. It's been so unhinged. It has.
Yeah.
Also, I was wondering, what do you think of a short story about a witch hunter slowly devoting to Khorne and thinking it's Sulcan instead? Classic.
Yeah,
it's classic. It wouldn't be the first
stories. Yeah, any stories which take non-standard routes for showing how Khorne can very much slip into and corrupt normal lives is probably for the best, because so many of them just turn into blood-splattered war fests.
Dynaman, to think this chaos started with me half jokingly saying Chaos God tier list on Discord. That is true. That is genuinely true.
100% true.
I will say that was a slightly embarrassing realization for at least me. I think us, because when we looked and go, oh yeah, we hadn't thought of that yet.
We haven't done that. Why?
Queethel, Manly Cupcakes. He's close. He's very close.
He is super close.
Far beyond higher where he ever had any right being, I will note. Hoplite, stream idea, create our own Go Check and Felix adventure. That could be fun.
Could be something in that, yeah.
That could be cute. Donovan, Morgan and Hashett are staying there because they all know it's bullshit. Yeah, they do. They're begrudgingly sitting there. Okay, so just a couple of last little things. Scheduling wise, Lawhammer in actually, 2 days, unless you're in a part of the world where it's already past midnight, in which case 1 day on Friday.
Holy shit. Oh, I better get my prep on. I haven't even done the thumbnail art for it yet.
Yeah. Saturday, Rookery, which is back in session. If you haven't checked out Rookery Publications, you should. It's a YouTube channel.
This actually is going to be a super fun one as well, because we're doing live world building. Normally, Rookery episodes are all about doing interviews, but this one is doing a wild card world building event. So basically, anyone who turns up can do totally bonkers world building with best-selling author Tom Toner. It's going to be an absolute ball. So that's this Saturday at 7 p.m.
Yeah, so please consider 7 p.m. British time if you're like, what? So that's so that's the equivalent of 1 p.m. Central Standard Time for Americans.
Thanks.
So please do consider showing up to that. That's Rookery Publications on Twitch and YouTube. If you're in the Lawhammer Discord, you'll see a ping for it when that goes live.
Oh, I will definitely ping about it because it's going to be a fun one.
And then on Sunday, we are talking about the dragons of the old world, the dragons of Warhammer Fantasy, which will be super fun. That one, I don't think y'all are ready for where that's going to take us, because there is so much written about dragons you probably don't know. So that's going to be a big one. Oh, Chris, did I miss it? I thought honestly, there's been so much that fucking here, if I cheat and just go to Twitch, I bet I'll find it easier.
Yeah. Sure.
Chris, I see this was fun. Also, good luck with Shogun 2 Sotek. Thank you. Yeah, I have to play an offline series of showcase matches tomorrow. So against Lionheart, which will be fun. Wish me luck. Hopefully I'll win, but we'll see what happens.
You better win.
I played Shogun 2. I got 2 hours of practice. So other than that, there is currently still a poll running for what will happen the Sunday after Dragons, which I could probably go ahead and call.
Yeah, I think you can call that one. It's Morathi.
Well, there you go.
Is doing her thing.
Yeah. So, that is going to be a very
That's
big
going to be
one.
a spicy one.
Yeah, Marathi is one of the most important characters in the setting.
Yeah, I would actually argue she's almost one of the most important, if not the, in so many ways.
Either next Wednesday or the Wednesday after. That is Andy's call.
It won't be next Wednesday. I am. So there's a reason that we haven't done it yet, because I want to update the map and do a bunch of stuff. But my time has either been caught up with dental woes and horror, or catching up with work because of the dental woes and horror. So I've had very little free time other than the occasional bit of fun like this.
Yeah, I will note we have discussed it a lot. So like it's very like, oh, can we do it? Okay, maybe not this week, but can we? So it's not like we've forgotten about it. As soon as we can, Locado will be finished.
Exactly. I mean, this is very much in plan. We intend to do it very soon.
Yeah, and next Wednesday, we have no idea what we're doing yet. We have to figure that out.
You'll find out very soon.
Yeah, and that's it. Last thing I'll say is thank you all very much. This stream broke a lot of crazy records by far. This is the longest tier list stream I think we've ever done, despite the fact it actually had the least amount of things on it. The second to maybe only the Mortark stream.
The Empire one was for the provinces was surprisingly long, as I recall.
It was, but I don't think it was I don't think it was nearly 5 hours. It might have been. I don't know.
Might have been. I can't recall.
But this is also by far the most successful episode of Lorebeards in history. So thank you for your support, because holy shit.
Let me just say again, you know, there was a $400 super chat. That's ridiculous. I would just like to say thank you so much for that. I'm in a position where I am somewhat sad because I hate dentists with a passion, because when I was a child, I had dental work done without any numb. So I had teeth extracted and fillings done. It was barbaric. It was the worst. And dentists to me are like reliving my childhood every single time. And I hate going. And because I've had a lot of dental work that I've had to get done recently, it has been just a nightmare. And you have made it all absolutely worthwhile. And that's not just the people who send in the super chats, so that's enormously appreciated. It's all of your involvements. You have made this stream so much fun, and it's been a proper light of the week. It's been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Yeah. The last big thing I'll say is that in its current format, which is by far its best format, Lorebeards was always hoped to just be kind of a fun little giggle thing. The fact that it is genuinely, especially in the world of podcasts, which there are many out there, a absurdly successful one, to the point that me and Andy are having to have a lot of really exciting but serious chats about a lot of things because people love it so much, is not lost on us.
No, it isn't. We are having serious discussions because we have to.
And in a phrase I've said to Andy once, and Andy remembered it and brought it back up and realized that it was a very smart thing I said, allowing the opportunity to give back and reward the people that created the setting that we love so much by actually supporting them, where unfortunately the way that the world works is often creatives make something for a company and the company goes on to be wildly successful and the creatives do not. Thank y'all.
Yeah, it's been good. Yeah, thanks. Fun stream. That was cool. I think maybe, however, now that it is 20 to 3 in the morning here in the UK, that possibly we should call this chaotic, ridiculous, mental, over the top, lovely stream over towards an end, because it was just great. I really enjoyed this one.
So, sorry. It's not only well known now, but actually authoritative, seeing many people bring it in when people have questions about the lore. I really hope they do it with the caveat of, we make a lot of shit up as far as what it could and should be, not what it is. Please, God, so don't forget the asterisk. The asterisk is very important.
Gosh, you stayed up late there. 3:40 in the morning over there, Jasper. Wow. Yeah.
Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, until next time. Bye-bye.